shot during a fireworks show. Police Chief Inspector Frank Venor regarding Montgomery County Sheriff's Deputy John Foster.
He sees Diggs, he starts moving towards him and feels what he believes is an object hit him in the right shoulder.
Both officers now recovering at home. In Virginia, 2 arrests of individuals accused of planning a mass shooting. Richmond Police Chief Gerald Smith says a citizen tipped off police.
They seized 2 assault rifles, 1 handgun, and 223 rounds of ammunition.
Both suspects are charged with being a non-U.S. citizen in possession of a firearm. The rate of unsolved murder cases dropped in 2020 to just 54%.
This is all coming from a recent report from the Murder Accountability. They're showing that 2020 drop in clearance rate, which is when a murder is solved, it was the largest single-year drop since the FBI began tracking data in 1965. And during the last 7 months in 2020, the majority of murders went unsolved. A decrease in funding and resources are driving this problem.
Fox Business' Madison Allworth. An update on a musician who collapsed on stage.
Carlos Santana is resting and doing very well, according to his wife and drummer, Cindy. In an update on social media, she thanks fans for prayers, love, care, and concern for the 74-year-old. His team also saying the show with Earth, Wind, and Fire July 6th in Pennsylvania is being postponed.
Fox's Monica DeLuca. America's listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Retirement savings and pandemic relief funding, talking points for President Biden today in Ohio, as the latest job openings and labor turnover survey indicates employers are having a hard time finding workers.
The 11.3 million job openings, that's more than pre-pandemic, but the almost 6 million people looking for jobs means that there are about 2 openings for every 1 job seeker. And there is this report that the grass is apparently greener in states that are redder. The Wall Street Journal has an item. Part of it says the following: since February 2020, according to an analysis of Labor Department data by the Brookings Institution think tank, red states have added 341,000 jobs over that time, while blue states were still short 1.3 million jobs as of May.
Fox's Peter Ducey. Travel from Cuba to the United States is on the rise.
A new Cuban exodus is underway from the communist island, with 140,000 migrants landing in the U.S. in the past 8 months. That exceeds the infamous Mariel boat lift of 1980, when 125,000 Cubans came to Florida in the same time period. Cuba is in its worst economic crisis since the early 1990s. People on the island are growingly fed up with the chronic poverty, food shortages, and the pandemic crushed Cuba's tourism economy, which brings in more money than any other one industry. Some are coming by boats to Florida, but the vast majority are making their way to Cuba-friendly countries like Nicaragua and then heading north to the Texas border. In Miami, Phil Keating, Fox News.
And when it comes to international sports, if tennis and Wimbledon's not your thing, there's always the running of the bulls in Spain. The event returning in full force Thursday after a 2-year pandemic hiatus. I'm Ann Carrick, and this is Fox News.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
I love BK Chicken Fries. Chicken Fries Friday is back. Every Friday in July, visit any participating Burger King and say, I love BK Chicken Fries. And get a free 9-piece chicken fries with the purchase of a chicken fries combo meal. Perfect for dipping in our barbecue, honey mustard, ranch, zesty, and sweet and sour sauces. Top off your chicken fries with jalapeno bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Come and join our celebration every Friday at BK in Tumon Bay, Hagåtña at the Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Thursday, July 7. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A medical examiner who performed a post-mortem examination on human remains found in Dedido last week concluded that the man died of natural causes. Detectives investigating the case found no indications of a struggle and no apparent signs of foul play. Police had previously noted that the skeletal remains found on Mendioka Street were believed to be those of a man in his late 50s to early 60s. Officers declined to release the man's name until they notify his family. The investigation is ongoing. Meanwhile, 31-year-old Chad Anthony Juanico has denied allegations that he beat a USS Ronald Reagan sailor unconscious outside of a Tumon club last month. Juanico pleaded not guilty before Superior Court Magistrate Judge Benjamin Sison yesterday and asserted his right to a speedy trial. Court documents state that Juanico was caught on video surveillance 2 weeks ago, punching the sailor nearly a dozen times before he fled from the scene. The sailor was rushed to Naval Hospital for treatment. Juanico has been charged with aggravated assault, resisting arrest, and driving while impaired. We'll have more news after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Federal education officials have noted some progress in GDOE's ability to manage, spend, and be accountable for federal education dollars. However, documents state that GDOE has not yet reached a point where it can do without a third-party financial overseer. GDOE had hoped to be free from the watch of a third-party fiduciary agent, which is paid with local funds at a cost of nearly $2.5 million a year. The third-party watcher is part of a set of conditions for GDOE to continue receiving federal funds for classrooms, students, staff, and other needs. Guam is considered a high-risk recipient of tens of millions of dollars a year in federal funds. But Guam Education Board Chairman Mark Mendiola says GDOE is getting closer to the removal of the third party. The department's progress has led the U.S. DOE to remove 13 of the 21 responsibilities and requirements that were previously established. Meanwhile, Guam Customs and Quarantine and law enforcement have observed a spike in illegal entries into Guam by boat from the CNMI in the last several months. Boats have been seen docked at locations such as Ritidian, Tangisan, Tumon Bay, and the Agana Boat Basin. Last month, several Chinese nationals have been linked to the red boat that was found abandoned on the shore of Tumon Bay. Fishermen alerted local federal and military officials after seeing the boat docked between PIC and Pacific Star just before 5 in the morning on June 13. Customs Director Ike Perez says several people were located. CNMI officials confirmed that the boat was previously registered to a local in Rota and then sold to a Chinese individual. Guam Customs is asking the community to report any vessels landing near Guam reefs and shores by calling 642-8071. And Guam Fire Department firefighters battled a fire last night in Harmon. GFD spokesperson Nick Garrido says units from Tamuning, Derrida, Astumbo, and Jigo reported to a fire involving multiple vehicles at the roadside towing warehouse next to Fort Juan Muña along Route 16 in Harmon. At one point, the fire caused an explosion that sent debris into the air. No other details have been released as of news time. And those were your top stories on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
The explosion. I don't have that video. I've got all kinds of videos from all different angles on that fire last night.
Yeah.
Because apparently there were a lot of people that out and about after 9 o'clock and got really good videos and pictures of it. But I don't have anything exploding. All right, assignment time. If you got any videos of the explosions that took place last night in Harmon, 797-8255. Appreciate it. I like that. It's 6:11 in the morning. Here it comes, the weather. Mostly cloudy. Highs near 86 degrees. There's southeast winds 11 to 15 miles an hour. Scattered showers are in the forecast for tonight. Showers likely possible. Thunderstorms could be moving in this evening. Let me get this up on the screen so we can find out exactly what they're talking about. This is the latest satellite imagery that we've got for you from the National Weather Service. And it shows, there's a line of snotty weather coming in from the southeast. Is that going to be coming up in our direction, bringing that salty weather? Possible, is what they're saying. Maybe thunderstorms tonight. Mostly cloudy right now with the lows around 76 degrees. Showers likely, possible thunderstorms in the forecast for tomorrow. And got cloudy skies, highs near 83 degrees tomorrow. Southeast winds blowing up to about 10 miles an hour. Showers likely, possible thunderstorms in the forecast for tomorrow night. And then Saturday. Are we headed back into grill marks weather? Doesn't say so. Showers likely, possibly thunderstorms on Saturday as well. Mostly cloudy with highs near 84 degrees. Heat index today going to be 90 degrees. Sunrise this morning was at 5:59. Thanks, Jeff, for the pictures. And sunset tonight is going to be at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together. Are you ready for it? Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for today is 68 years. Congratulations, Phil, and the Bank Pacific team.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Derrida Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
I see it. 6:13 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. You're buying a place. Have you checked the title? You know what? You don't need to do that. Let Ron and Kim at Security Title do that. They've been doing that for decades. Can see all the blemishes, the good karma, the bad karma, all of that stuff that you, frankly, and your bank will want to know about. They'll figure it out for you at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Revelations that have come out over the last couple of days. Several Chinese nationals snuck into Guam by boat, and now they're putting out the word that we ought to keep an eye out for those kinds of things. So I personally intend to stake out a position somewhere at Ipoh Beach, maybe Tumon area, somewhere in the Tumon area, with binoculars, looking specifically for Chinese trying to sneak into the island. Now, it might look like I'm looking at girls' butts, but I want you to know that's just the alignment. That's just the way, of observing the horizon to make sure. I want to make sure we're safe.
How dare they?
I know it. The people that automatically make assumptions about me, I'm just trying to do what I can to make sure that we are safe from Chinese communist spies coming out here trying to infiltrate the island prior to the big invasion of Taiwan that everybody knows that they're planning.
Welcome all visitors enthusiastically, Ray.
Harvey Egda and I are on the same page. More on that a little bit later on. Anyway, 6:16 in the morning. Lots and lots to talk about. Real Joe gets the phone when you call 888-825-5888-TALK. Now we don't normally reach into Tall Tales sound effects, but there's a sound effect that we're going to need here this morning as we go over some of the big news and stories, including, and today's theme for the program is the Attorney General's office has found their 10-foot pole. Thank you very much. The reporters, the legal notepad, the legal notebook that you guys work with in the Tall Tales program, you're going to need some of that here this morning because we will go through painstaking detail working with guys like, obviously, Bob Klitsky and maybe if we're lucky, Peter Santos and Doug Moylan. And to get their thoughts on the phrase ab initio, which is what is inscribed on Levin Camacho's 10-foot pole, where he's spent, 9 pages or so, explaining why he's not going to be scribbling some words on a piece of paper. Klatu Niktu Verata, take that over to the district court and have them lift the permanent injunction on Bel Areola's law from Once Upon a Time. He's not going to be doing that. He says, right here in the front, the Dobbs decision is clear. It is for the legislature to decide abortion regulation, not the judiciary, not the executive branch of the government. It is up to the legislature. So what we have seen here in this statement that come out from the Attorney General's office, what do they call that in football? You punt, right? When in doubt, punt, and that's what's going on here. I don't want to be anywhere near this issue, and so I'm going to find 9 or 10 pages of legal salad and toss it all up in the air, and then make sure.
Oh wow, legal salad! I like that.
Pushing it right back to the legislature. Now the legislature has got their own 10-foot pole, so I think today is going to be kind of an interesting day as people like the Speaker of the Legislature, Vice Speaker of the Legislature, Mary Torres, and others come to grips with the idea that they may actually have to come out and do something in response to Dobbs.
Say something even?
This is going to be entertaining. It is also possible, maybe the governor's office, understanding, though, even though Levin said it is up to the legislature, not the judiciary or the executive branch of government, it is possible that the governor could, as any sitting governor here on Guam could at any time, come up with her own legislation, send that down to the legislature. Ooh, we'll share the pain. How about that? Anyway, 6:19 in the morning. I think that's going to be an interesting conversation as we make our way through. Other interesting conversations coming from Donna D here is news and the headlines and the things like that. And you might be wondering what's different. What's different today is she's got her hair down.
I noticed that.
You caught that, right?
Oh yeah, I caught it.
Well, I didn't take my hair tie or my hair clip out of the shelf. That's on my lap,
right, we got
She's been losing things,
I got that tie wrap. Like over at Home Depot, they got all the different tie wraps. I got white one, I got the green one, I got black one. It's just that once we get it in your hair, it's going to be there permanently.
Are you talking about
the zip ties? Yeah, zip ties. Yeah,
that's going to damage.
I got plenty of all of that stuff. It's 6:19, Ray Gibson Show. As we say, lots and lots going on. And again, we'll start off with our hearty congratulations to Phil Flores and our friends from Bank Pacific. Today, they're celebrating the 68th year of that. So obviously, we'll get some time with Phil on the radio and find out what his thoughts are on are we headed into a recession? Is there good news out there on the horizon? And yeah, there is kind of some good news. I was looking at oil, and now yesterday it was trading for the first time under $100. I want to say the last time I looked at it was about $97.50 for West Texas crude. It needs to continue that trajectory, drop by another, $15, and that will make all of us smile, as if it goes down in that direction and stays there for a while. Could mean we might be out of the darkness here. When I say darkness, I mean it's dark at the house because it costs money to run the electricity in the place, and it's making me crazy. Lots of great videos that I've gotten from all over the place, including one from Real Joe this morning. And this is, I guess there were some 4th of July statements that were made by the President of the United States over the last couple of days, Joe, including this one here.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was excuse me.
And there we are. One more time, Mr. President, camera's on you.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was excuse me.
You know, I have those moments too, but normally they come after the 11th beer.
What was the word, though?
I don't know what the word was that he was trying to.
Never know.
This could be just one of those things that's just locked in Joe Biden's mind and could not possibly come out.
So he never said it after that?
I don't know. I've only got this clip here.
Good producers, though, man. They cut it
right.
Cut
Yeah,
to the national anthem.
yeah. Got to something else. Okay. Duck. Hit the edit button. Let's get out of here. Aboard. 6:21 on the Ray Gibson Show, and lots of people that I want to spend some time talking about, including these folks here who never mix up their speech up their mixes.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
We're not all the same. Some of you like liver, I don't. I just want to point that out. Everybody here. Jose Martinez online. He's not number one, but I'm going to give him an honorable mention because apparently there has been a sighting of a Cheetos-crusted pokey roll, and you can buy it in a platter, apparently, from Happy Mart, ladies and gentlemen. What? Dude, you know you want to try. You know you want to try. I mean, you're one of those guys. You take the French fries and stick it in the burger, stuff like that. You like to hack your food.
I'm coming out of the Cheetos closet tonight.
Cheetos is it's one of America's favorite snacks, and it is out there and it is available. And they're putting it on things like fish and sushi and poke. 6:23 in the morning. All right, who's number one today? Is it Rico? No, not today. It's Greg Fausto.
Wow,
Greg
Mr. Fausto.
I'm looking right at it, followed by Anthony Bennett, Lujan Duenas, MT Farron is there. There's Rico Blancaflor saying good morning to everybody.
Big man.
Other big man, Nate Horn online. Doris Doug Mitchell is there. Pretty Sarita Garin online. Lonnie Solis, Frank Meadow, Hoffa Bunker, Biba
Bunker,
Jay Nauta, and Brennan Fausto. As I said, Jigo Jarhead up for the show. Who else is playing around? Jerome McDonald with the weather report. Sunny Wednesday, 79 degrees in Southern California. And good morning to everybody. Jerome, quick question. Where do you get your electricity from in that part of California? You guys got, I worry about some of these states. There's this, super drought that's going on. And I got an image of a lake out in Utah, the Salt Lake in Utah.
It's drying up.
Yes. Yes, it is. They're saying we haven't seen it this low in 150 years or something like that.
They leave it running when they brush your teeth, Ray.
That's the thing. How many times do we got to tell you? If you can hear your toilet singing, you got to go, hey, call the plumber, call Barrett. They'll fix it. Let me see. Charlie Robinson saying, good morning, Point family, all the way in Atlanta with my son, Nicholas. Good to have you there, Charlie and Nicholas. Good for you. Who else is playing around? I got the Deanna Palmer online. And let me see. Lena McDaniel. Good to have you online. Mike Grace Bloss and Charles Craw checking in this morning. Who else is there? Dale Audette, Tim Zedeker, Benidosu Tau Tau. Singing the song. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. Oh, no. I can see it in your smile.
Stalker.
Harvey Egna online, Biba, and Harvey's got an editorial in today's Pacific Daily News. I got to tell you, I'm right with you, bro. I keep thinking about this. We mention this every once in a while. I'll get that report out of the JIC, and they'll say, "Oh, North Koreans fired off another 20 missiles today," but no threat to posing no threat to Guam or the Mariana Islands. And you go, great. But again, the question is, what happens when the JIC comes out and says, "Oh, by the way, the North Koreans sent out 20 missiles today, and they are all headed in our our direction. Okay, what are we supposed to do next? Now, there's the old line from back in the 60s, and they say what you want to do is you want to take your head and put it between your legs and kiss your butt goodbye. That's which may be all we may be able to do. Given the kind of technology that we're talking about these days and the nature of our enemies. But for those of you that would like to survive the coming apocalypse, what should we do? I mean, how long should we to plan before the planes may start arriving or the ships may begin coming back? Or, I mean, if it's full-scale nuclear World War III, what are we going to do to prepare for if the planes never come back and the ships never come back to Guam? How are we going to take care of a population of 165,000 people that might be unlucky enough to survive this? How many coconut trees do you have in your backyard, Real Joe?
Rhino beetles got them already.
Can you live?
Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I'm gonna sell my body.
If it comes down to it, so you'll die within a couple of weeks. Okay, of starvation.
That's all right.
I see what's happening. I just we got to start. Somebody needs to start putting together some kind of a plan. Don't scare the kids. Just make a realistic idea of what things could be like if the bright flash comes. Got Gemma Bustamante is there. Heather Paris, Pat Saho, Dennis Benzer hanging out with us today. Good to see you there. Dennis, I need a hint for Wordle.
Yes, DB.
I've already got 3 guesses. All right,
Yeah.
and this is the hint that I will give to everybody else. A is the first letter. E is the last letter. I'm missing the 3 that go in between.
That sounds like that word Biden used.
I've and yes. Yes, but his word was a lot more than 5 letters. That's the problem. So, Dennis, hook me up if you can with some kind of a clue here. Mark and Francis Ishmael is there. Bandit online. Heather Paris. Fel Burt. Good morning. Hey, good to have you on. Carlos Moretto, our favorite video producer on Guam. Good morning. Anything good happening this weekend? No. Time to fly to Manila. This is not the weekend where crazy things are going to be happening. The weekend for all of that is going to be coming. I think next week is when we're going to see a whole lot more, I don't know, frivolity, if you will, starting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think that's when they're going to light up the fair, the Aganya. Oh, festival. They're not calling it a carnival. I think the word is festival. I got a graphic. I'll show it to you later. Sarah Lake is on there. Magandang umaga. Roland Torres. Margaret Estacio. I got Greg Baz Knight. And Valerie S.A. Untalan. Who else is playing around? Mark Cruz doing his wave. Mark sent me a video. I don't know if I have it in a format that I might be able to play. I'll check. But what it is basically, and he's got a great idea, is you ever been someplace like a big city or something like that, and they've got kind of a city center, and there's a fountain that pops out of the sidewalk?
Oh, yeah.
You ever see those things?
Yeah, you dance around them.
Yeah,
and
kids love to play. And, hot days on Guam, and you turn this little fountain on, and they come in little patterns and things like that. Anyway, he was saying, you know what? We need one of these in Tumon. And I said,
that's a great idea.
You know what? You know where else we need? One in Skinner Plaza. One of those things in Skinner Plaza, nice central location, everybody, and we'll put them in the shape of sling stones or laddie stones or something like that. And anyway, so Mark, I sent the video to former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, who is in Japan right now, hitting home runs for tourism on Guam, and he thought it was a great idea. Hooked me up with a guy that is working on a little bit of a park thing. In not the smart park thing, it's private sector, but he's working on private sector, arcade kind of area, and so I've sent him that, and it's something that he might consider doing in his place. So we'll watch maybe some good things coming down the road. Brennan says, sorry, I got cross eyes. Carl Meyer cruising down the northern islands. See you tonight, Guam. That's Carl Meyer aboard the Herodot. Cheryl Ochai is there. Tony Rodriguez, T-Rod. Good to see you online with a picture of you and the boy in the car. That was nice. Consolidated Commission on Utilities Commissioner Simon Sanchez.
Uncle Si,
Good
dropping the power. Way to go.
That's it. We keep heading in this direction. I would love to hear him call up and say, you know what, Ray, oil under $100, maybe we ought to have a conversation with GPA. Bill Petit, good morning. Matt Galendez, Vivian Castro-Leon is there. Dennis Larson, wake and bake, smoke him if you got him. All right, Dennis Larson. He's always been big time, but even bigger time right now, because I want to say in there it is, page 22, Guam Daily Post, there is a whole story about Ross 671 honey. And yeah, there's a picture in there of Dennis Larson holding a wheel of wax, beeswax, as it were.
The wheel of wax.
Yeah, so go through the whole thing and talk about rescuing bees and making honey and all of that stuff. So it's good to see you online with us this morning. Greg Karabrock, good morning to Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, Jennifer Leon Guerrero Mendiola, Kenneth Polino, Anna Marie, Gerald Young, Valerie Joe Antitano. Boy, everybody's starting to have conversations with each other. Lynn Paul Perry is asking, what you guys doing? Secret. Not sure if it's legal. That's why. Zonk Mofness, Jeff Pleadwell from over at Pirates Cove. Who else is online? Mark Voigtland checking in from the free zone. I got Donna Mila Martinez and Wen Roe online. Troy Torres. That's Cousin Troy. Cousin Troy.
Good morning, my favorite cello.
Who likewise sent me a copy of the Leaving 10-Foot Pole document. It's not me, man. I don't have to do anything because Benicio. Trying to think of this. Sound like a Disney. Could be a Disney character.
I just want the tattoo,
right?
Ray.
We'll all eventually get them. Kathy Pinal Rios is online. I see Mark and Francis Ismael and Jose Martinez checking in. All right, that's good. Albert Donamila Recanata watching the program here today. Janet Sardoma checking us out. That's always nice. Good to see you the other night, sweetheart. Julie Shockley say, Biba Bank Pacific. Absolutely. Rudy Meno saying, half a day from San Francisco in the Bay Area. Good to have you there, Tello. Scott K. Armstrong is hanging out with us this morning. I got Ike Isaki. Good morning to you. Playing around with Brad Wood. Oh, I got to dig deep here. Getting a lot of people that are, saying good morning to each other. Margaret Bloss is there. Ken Leon Guerrero. Biba. Let's start holding politicians accountable. Here is a link to all of their campaign phones and emails. Start asking them the hard questions and share their answers. This is how we build a government that will serve the people. Click on the link at your own peril here. Caroline with a K Diaz saying, Buenos and howdy from Texas. Hopefully our U.S. forces are a few steps ahead of those ICBMs. Boy, I sure would hope so. With my view overlooking the MAG, I will be one of the first to see the missiles coming. I'd set up a place. I'd set up a spot. You remember that movie 2012 with the guy, from Natural Born Killers? And he wanted to be like in the caldera at the park when all of a sudden the earth started shaking itself apart. You remember that movie?
Yes.
That scene? I mean, the guy picked out the perfect place to witness Armageddon, the great cataclysm. And I think that ought to be one of those things. I think everybody needs to start thinking in terms of where would we like to be? Two Lovers Point, top of Mount, Humbudzung Munglo or something like that. Start planning it out because who knows if you're going to have the time to be able to get there. I'm bringing the beer. Who else? Nick Perlowski. Fountains, seriously, may remind you about 2 swimming pools. Haganya and Datado. Gov Guam's track record of maintenance. All right, come on, man. is piss poor, but it nicely. Okay. Yes, you need not remind me about all of that. And that's why I said I'd sent pictures of it to my friend in the private sector who's going to be building an amusement area in the Tumon area. It'll be private sector. He will be able to maintain it. He will be able to watch the thing go. And it's also possible that we might be able to get some money because they haven't driven the museum into the ground yet. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, great work.
I'm just saying. So if we put it under something that hasn't been driven into the ground by Gov Guam lack of maintenance, then maybe it will last for a year, 2 years. Does anybody remember back in the day? Yeah, I'm sure you do. But back in the day, there used to be a fountain at Skinner Plaza. You don't remember?
No, I don't.
There used to be a fountain in the center of Skinner Plaza. And obviously they couldn't maintain that, and
so that's why the water settles there in the middle.
It eventually became a stage. I think they just kind of filled it and it became a stage. Did you know that for a time there was water and lights underneath the Spanish Bridge over by Carabao?
No.
The Spanish Bridge that used to have a pump system in there, and it used to have clean water and fish and lights, and it was beautiful. I mean, that goes back to Golly, that got to be Ricky Berdalio times. Maybe Paul did, maybe even before that. But it was a long, long time ago. Stephen Applegate is there. John Savares, Biba, good to see you online here.
Biba John.
I got Franklin Meno and Vernon Argoloff, and so even Franklin saying Biba Ken LG. So a lot of hit the share button, the like button. Big crowd on the Facebook side. I'll check on the YouTube side and see who's playing around there. What is the nature of the troublemakers? Elvis Kanata, James Howard. Who's your Big Daddy 06? And looking to see if I got any other new names. Gemma Bustamante hanging out with the bad
James
boys.
Howard's there, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Kitsuto in Japan, Rob Q, and John Savares is there as well.
Hey, Viva John.
All right, growing number of people. There was a time yesterday where they were about even, the number of Facebook viewers and the number of YouTube viewers. But somebody remarking, I think it was it Elvis or Lupang Guam, one of you guys was remarking that we're not getting enough likes on the YouTube side. So if I do something clever, I'm not begging you to like it or a thumbs up or something. I'm not begging for anything like that. But if you feel like I've done something that is brilliant or worthwhile, then by all means share the program. 888-825-5888-TALK. That's the phone number. Huge number of items on the table of contents. Obviously, we'll begin with some legal conversation before too much longer. But there's some other interesting things, some fun things that we might want to talk about. And just for those of you that are trying to keep track, we are 50 days away from the primary election. We are 50 days away from the primary election. Do you suppose that maybe the guys over at the legislature are in a hurry between now and those 50? I'll remember there's enough time. There's not enough time for me to forget what you guys are up to over at the legislature to pick up where leaves off on abortion legislation. Currently 8:36 on the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D is going to give us a quick round of headlines, and then we'll look at traffic and there's so much more as we make our way through the Thursday version of the program. Donna, what happened?
A man charged with raping and impregnating an 11-year-old girl will spend the next 90 years of his life in prison. 41-year-old Rinex Riosen was found guilty of the crimes by a jury in December 2021 after the victim testified against him. Assistant AG Sean Brown adds that Riosen did not feel remorse for his actions. He asked the court for leniency and has expressed the desire to appeal his conviction. And 3 to 4 months have gone by since 2 deadly officer-involved shootings occurred, one at the Shell gas station in Dedido and the other at the intersection of Harmon Loop Road and Route 16. The 2 cases have been ruled homicides. The police officers involved in the separate shootings have since returned to duty. The names of the victims and the officers involved in the cases have not been made public. And although Roe v. Wade had been overturned, AG Levin Camacho says the 1990 law prohibiting abortions on Guam cannot be enforced because it was unconstitutional when it passed. Public Law 20-134 criminalized all abortions on Guam. In August of that year, a federal court ruled the law violated the Constitution and the Organic Act. Camacho says that injunction remains in effect today. And those are your local headlines on The Point.
All right, thanks. 6:38 in the morning, the parting words from Levin Camacho. In the documentation. Moving forward, difficult moral and policy questions such as the decision of whether to allow or limit abortion must be decided by the legislature, not the courts. The 1978 abortion law, currently codified at 9 GCA 31.2 through 31.22, remains on the books and has ostensibly been the operative law governing abortions on Guam since its passage. With Dobbs, the door is open for the current legislature, if it so chooses, underline that one, to forge its own path on the profound moral question of abortion for these times that may be different than what your predecessors in previous legislatures chose during their respective times in history. And the people of Guam, with confidence, look to our elected policymakers for our island and our future to meet this most important of challenges. And I'm trying to, in my head, thinking about Porky Pig at the end of the statement going, that's all, folks. And then zing, out exit stage right. Know what I mean? I put the paperwork together. I got 9 pages to show for my lollygagging, and this is what it's going to be. The bill that the Bell Ariel put in there is unconstitutional from the get-go. is as they say, which means that the only thing that's going to be enforceable on Guam is the law that I read about and mentioned and all of that. But I'm not the legal guy. I'm not His Honor. We'll hear from His Honor and get his take on that documentation, and I'm sure it's something that he will embellish a little bit later on as he gets into the tall tales portion. In the meantime, 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. Quick break. We'll come back and let you know what things are looking like in roads and what things are looking like in Osaka.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh brings you the sequel to the Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Enjoy the new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki. Delight your taste buds with tender, juicy steak marinated in the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce and stacked high on toasted artisan Italian bread, topped with American cheese, green peppers, red onions, and drizzled with the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce. The new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki is the height of food craveability. Give in to your cravings at Subway. Eat fresh.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
All right, what's happening in traffic? Let me take a look at the map, put that up on the screen so you can see what I am looking at. Not a whole lot north end of town, a little bit of traffic as usual, getting into Anderson Air Force Base and village traffic at the street level. Intersection traffic, most of the places I'm looking at, a Sang Song all the way down to the intersection of 1 and 3, Micronesia Mall, et cetera, et cetera. Things looking pretty smooth this morning. 8, 10, and 16, not very, very busy, but I anticipate since Jose Martinez found that picture of the Cheetos, sashimi, sushi, whatever, with the Cheetos dust on it. Might be a lineup of people on the Happy Mart side of that. Route 8 traffic into town looking good. Route 4 traffic into town, a little bit of congestion. Looks like around just as you make that pass around Pago through there before you get to Ordot. Don't see a whole lot happening on Marine Corps Drive all the way down to Big Navy in Sumai. Very, very light today. Enjoy the drive. 642 on the point.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Tell me about it, stud.
Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival is back on Saturday, October 22nd. We rockin' and rollin' at the Dusatani Guam Resort from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring your friends and come dressed in your best grease costume to win up to $500 in cash and prizes. So bust out those leather jackets and 50-style outfits as we party the night away at Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Fest. Don't be a square. Get your tickets now at craftbeerfestguam.com or cruise on by any 76 Circle K location. Now that's cool, baby.
Thank y'all, Will. 6:43 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by guys over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Go there and take a look at the offerings that they've got for you. All different makes, models, styles that you're going to love from the Nissan family. That includes Infiniti, the QX55 on the screen right now. And you can get great deals on that. 0 down payment. I don't know how they do it, but they said 0 down payment. We know you blew all your money on electricity and gas, and food's getting more expensive, so we're going to get you in 0 down and financing as low as 1.99%. Where are you going to find that kind of deal? Nowhere. NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
6:44 in the morning. This is the Ray Gibson Show, and I posted this picture the other day. Came from a friend of mine that I grew up with in the downtown Agania area. One of a handful of playmates that I actually had growing up in Agania. He actually lived there above my grandmother's place, and his name was Kiki. And there's a picture of us playing kung fu fighting in the parking lot at the old Mariana Sales. And this was about the same time that they had a working fountain in the downtown Agania area. And if you look carefully in the picture, in between the two buildings that you can see is what was back in the day Guam Savings and Loan. Today it is Bank Pacific. You see it?
I do see it. So you're hanging out right there at Carabao, right there when you're a kid.
Yes, it is.
Still there.
A long-time playground area. Phil Flores knows that virtually all of Agania was a playground for Kiki and Shelly and I growing up. Good morning, Phil. How you doing?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Yeah, never better, never better. I wanted to take an opportunity to congratulate you and your business family over at Bank Pacific for 68 years. Congrats.
That's cool. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It's I got a frog in my throat this morning.
All right.
But yeah, it was great. And yes, I know we're doing something. When I get into this office this morning, there's probably going to be cake and things like that. But yeah, 16 years, it's a real accomplishment.
Oh, it absolutely is, obviously, and you've been a big part of that for at least the last 50 that I'm aware of.
Kind of, because I remember you guys running around as kids.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a great time growing up and watching Agania and business on Guam develop into the juggernaut businesses and industries that we've got, and Bank Pacific has been a big part of that, helping people, families grow, helping businesses grow.
You're very kind to say that. Thanks very much, Ray.
Oh, you're very, very welcome. You're very welcome. What's the next couple of years going to bring? I mean, 68 is. I mean, it's a remarkable number, but it ain't 70. So, are we going to start counting down to 70? Do I change out the tag on the commercial to banking on the Pacific for almost 70 years?
Yeah, almost doesn't count except in hand grenades.
I hear that.
No, we'll see what's going on. We are having a major upgrade. Right, we're going through right now for our core conversion, and that's going to take place on Saturday the 23rd. And in Guam, we're going to close our 4 offices. We haven't done that even for Pangsanwa. Yeah, but it's a huge upgrade in our IT department and our computer systems. So we're just kind of concentrating on that all day, all weekend, actually.
Yeah. That seems to be going on a lot in the banking industry these days. It's not the first time I've heard core conversion on this radio station.
Yeah, first of all, I went through it. Excuse me. Obviously, they're much larger than we are, and it is not easy. And talking to my friends over there, they're all of a sudden gone gray or pulled all their hair out, and we're trying to avoid that.
Is this kind of along the same lines? You remember in 2000, everybody was worried about the Y2K bug. Is this one of those deals where, all right, we've got the existing core system that we've got right now, and we're going to turn a key and then kind of shift everything over to different computers, different networking systems, and just kind of hope it all works after midnight?
No, that was all baloney. So they made us all go out there and buy new laptops and all that stuff. But, we actually had the first financial transaction in America on Y2K. And we told the media, we told American Bankers Association. Wow, my voice is bad this morning. Anyway, because this is where America's day begins.
Mm-hmm.
This is where America's millennium begins. And so we had them out there. We had the photographers and went to the ATM just as the fireworks was being shot over the Paseo, and we drew $200. And so, yeah, we did the first.
It worked. I remember exactly where I was at Y2K. Was the 8th floor of the Bank of Guam building. We had just kind of finished up the installation of about $250,000 worth of technology for virtually every department at the radio station, and we were pretty sure that everything would continue after midnight on the first of the year. But still, in all even the consultants said, "Oh, maybe you ought to have somebody, as a hand on the till, as it were, just in case something does go sideways." 6:48 in the morning. Anyway, I want to say again, congratulations to you on 68 years. I know it's been, we've been a part of that that family for a long time, and nothing but good things going to be happening for Bank Pacific and their customers over the next couple of years as well. I'm getting a couple of other things in here for you. So, somebody asking, if Phil is a Republican, why is there a Lou and Josh sign at his house in Agania Heights? Oh, good. Never mind the congratulations. Let's dive right into the politics, Nick.
I wasn't aware there. Well, we don't own that home anymore. We don't own that property, but we do own next door to it.
Uh-huh.
That's where I'll stop by and look at that this morning. But I think if it's whoever supports her, that's fine. You're supposed to support. It's good to support somebody, whether it be a Republican or a Democrat. At least you're participating in the democratic process.
Always an important thing. Well, listen, when your voice is better, we'll schedule more time. Talk about what you're thinking about the economy, looking at maybe hints of recession. For all intents and purposes, people now referring to it as a foregone conclusion. We've kind of whispered it into existence. The good news, bad news is we're headed for a recession. The good news is that recession could actually bring the price of oil down. At least they're starting to say that's the effect of oil dropping has to do with the fears of recession.
Yes, I'm not sure what we mean anymore, the exact definition of recession, but if it means we can't afford to buy stuff, that's where we are right now. The gas, the power, turn the TV off in the other room, make your shower shorter in the morning.
Have done that. Dealing with with cooler water. I'm not trying not to run the hot water heater as much as I did as I did before, because the numbers are beginning to add up. 10 away from the top of the hour. I'll talk to you pretty soon, Phil. Congratulations again.
Once again, thank you very much.
Always
Talk
pleasure.
To you soon.
651 The Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. Do I have his honor on the line?
No, you have Doug Moylan.
Doug Moylan. Okay, so Doug Moylan, disclosure, he's running for political office, but he's earned some media. Yesterday? I thought I saw a blurb out there where he said he was going to create a government corruption division within the Attorney General's office, and I thought, hey, there's a good idea. We ought to have something like that. It's been a while. 6:51 in the morning. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Ray. Your honor thing, I was going to say that kind of dovetailed right into the AG's recent letter to the Senator Torres.
Uh-huh.
But, on the government corruption division, it's not to create it, but it's to restore it, because when I came in, we created the government corruption division, if you talk in that terms, and then the AG subsequently all shut it down. But the legislature was considering how to help the OPA get its audits actually acted upon, and I suggested that the senators put in a requirement that the AG create a government corruption division, or whatever they want to call it, to have the same effect. And you put that in the statute, and then see how the AG is going to try to skirt around, enforcing white-collar crime prosecutions, civil prosecutions, especially out of the OPA, because OPA Cruz has been very diligent in sending out reports, but nothing happens if the chief legal officer doesn't do anything with it.
Well, I'm concerned even yesterday. There was a concern, and you're a part of the process. They're vetting, they're going through some signatures over at the Election Commission and found some, quote, questionable signatures in there. Clearly, somebody was fudging the names, identities, and signatures and turned them in as valid signatures on these petitions. And that has been sent up to the Attorney General's office. I want to say that the last time it happened, this was sent up to the Attorney General's office. I don't know that anything came of any of those complaints.
Well, Ray, I served on the Guam Election Commission under the Republicans for several years, and obviously the Election Commission is one of the executive branch agencies that is quasi-law enforcement, but like a law enforcement agency, the chief legal officer, the Attorney General, is the linchpin of all these agencies, whether it's the police, the fire department, rev and tax, auditors, so forth. If they don't do it, if that person doesn't do his job, then you don't have law enforcement in Guam.
I don't disagree. There is corruption. You might not be able to see it, but you can certainly smell it. There's just too much money floating around here. Way too much dough coming in from the states, and it doesn't seem like anybody is maintaining any audit trails other than the public auditor. And as you pointed out earlier, he's come up with some questionable expenditures, questionable processes, and nothing has come of that other than this. I don't know. It's a hot air lawsuit that that was filed. John Savar is asking online real quick. Attorney Moylan, are you going to tune into the Cannabis Roundtable on Friday?
Well, I've been kind of reading it like everybody else has. As an AG candidate, there is going to be a problem with the cannabis law if I became AG. The problem is that it's in violation of the federal statute. So I don't see how the Attorney General is going to be enforcing a statute that violates the federal law.
Well, so far there's no. Speaking of no law enforcement, it doesn't look like the Department of Justice has any concerns about different municipalities authorizing and creating a legal space for recreational marijuana.
Right, and that doesn't mean that it won't be enforced and can't be enforced. And that's one of the big problems why throughout the U.S. you can't get any bank funding for any cannabis operations. Like we were talking about in Teason with those properties. When the system and the laws are not set up in order to provide the security for giving a loan, like in the cannabis industry, you're not going to get banks which are federally insured giving any money to it. So all these people that are going to try to start these cannabis industries on Guam aren't going to be under the federal protections. They're not going to be having money from banks, which are, we all contribute through our deposits and so forth. So it's a big problem, and that was one of the issues asked on the AG debate in the last election, was how, as an officer of the court, to uphold the laws of Guam and the federal government, can you actually do anything on Guam's law? Guam's law is illegal under the federal system. So how can an officer of the court, which is the Attorney General or any attorney on Guam,
I hear you.
enforce it?
I don't agree with you 100% on this one. I'd say enforce it, make it the lowest priority in the office, whatever. John Savar says, please give me a call. I think we should have a conversation. Okay, sure. But John, you're buying. I'll just leave that there. 6:55 in the morning. All right. Well, let's get to the current salvo here. The ab initio. We'll get the legal definition from on that and correct uses of it from His Honor Judge Klitsky a little bit later on. But you've had a chance to read the 9 pages, the summary from the Attorney General's office. Obviously, he's punting it over to the legislature. Your thoughts?
The letter that he issued is a simple legal opinion from the Attorney General. Pages 4 and 5 say it all. I believe that it's an overreach. It's a misinterpretation of the Baldwin decision, which is an old Ninth Circuit decision, saying that the governor had authority to establish, maintain, operate public health services on Guam, including hospitals. It doesn't say that the legislature cannot regulate people's privacy interests, whether that's going to be marriage, abortion, or whatever that is. So he's wrong. I think he's wrong on his decision. It's very sparse. It's an overreach from the Baldwin and the Leon Guerrero decisions. And more importantly, he hasn't taken that step to dissolve the injunction in federal court. From what I understand, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because this is like a day-by-day type of situation, the Attorney General needs to go into court and to rescind that injunction. And then he has to go over, and if he believes that the Baldwin and the Leon Guerrero decisions strike Bel Areola's law, the 20th Guam Legislature law, then take that into court. But until such time as it's, until such time as the courts find it unconstitutional or illegal, you must enforce the law. That is the way the system was designed. And this Attorney General is cherry-picking on what he wants to do and what he doesn't want to do. And by the way, on the cannabis case that you just mentioned, I would go into court immediately and strike it because of the conflict in law. But on this case, the Bel Areola law, there's no conflict in the law. There's actually a order that was imposed upon it based upon a prior U.S. Supreme Court decision that's now reversed. So it's clear sailing for the AG. Enforce the law, get it back on track, which is the legislature is looking to the AG, make sure our laws are enforced, which is the people of Guam. The legislature is the people of Guam. People of Guam say to the AG, now that this has been reversed, do your job, reverse that injunction, and if you think there's something wrong with it, take it into court. But until such time as you get another court order, you must enforce that law.
Well, I see what you're saying, but it feels kind of circular here. What's going on? He's saying that because the law passed while Roe v. Wade existed and was in effect, then that means that this bill, 20-134, was unconstitutional on its face at the time from the beginning. Ab initio.
Right. So last time I checked, the Attorney General was not the Supreme Court Justice Carbolito and the other two justices, and last time I checked, the Attorney General was not presiding Judge Gatewood over at the federal court. He does not have the ability to tell us or to tell the legislature what is the law. He must go in and enforce what he thinks is the law, but until such time as he does that and get another court order, he must clear all laws to be taken into effect. That's the way our system works. The legislature passes the law, the executive branch enforces it through the Attorney General in this case.
Well, there's nothing though that would prevent this legislature from picking up a copy of 20-134 and reintroducing it as a new measure.
That should not be the case, though, Ray. That is not the way.
I don't. No. Again, I'm just saying that there can still be an obligation on the legislature to act. This just seems like we're going to go around in circles for the next couple of years. Because obviously he ain't going to be doing anything, and I don't see anybody over at the legislature that's got the coconuts to do as I just said.
Right, but see, Ray, that's the deadlock that's been created by the AG's inaction. Mm-hmm. No, the AG's job immediately is to clear all laws passed by the legislature, or to go into court and stop them. But until such time, the Attorney General is not the legislature. The Attorney General is not the courts, but he is the catalyst for these things to start to have action.
I agree.
If the legislature doesn't want to change it, then they won't change it, or they will change it. But until such time as that action occurs, the Attorney General has a job, is not doing it. I
got a feeling that this is going to be an interesting next 50 days between now and the primary election. We'll start talking about getting Attorney General debates on the air soon. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Doug, I got to run. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you very much. It's as I said, 7 o'clock in the morning, and time to take a look at what's going on around the nation and the world. Fox News on The Point.
Sir saw the gunman enter the school, but did not shoot because he was waiting for permission from a supervisor. The report is another damning assessment of police failure to act on opportunities that could save lives. The report says some of the 21 victims at Robb Elementary likely could have been saved. 19 of those victims were children. Looking at the markets, some green in the major indices.
A choppy trading session with stocks closing higher after minutes from the Federal Reserve's June policy meeting signaled another interest rate increase of 50 or 75 basis points is likely to combat hot inflation. Tech and utilities were among the biggest gainers, while energy companies lagged as oil prices continue to slump. And shares of Uber and DoorDash fell on news that Amazon agreed to take a stake in Grubhub in a deal that will give Prime subscribers a one-year membership to the food delivery service. The Dow winners, United Health Group, Apple, and Microsoft. The Dow decliners, Chevron, Goldman Sachs, and Amgen. The Dow up 70 points, the Nasdaq up 40, S&P 500 up 14.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. America's listening to Fox News.
First, I want to thank you all for being with us today. Josh and I wouldn't be here without your friendship and your support, especially the campaign supporters in every village throughout the island who have joined in our effort to keep Guam moving forward.
Our leadership has seen our people through the most frightening pandemic that our generation has ever seen, and it is about to see the most vibrant comeback of an economy in the most developed island here in the Western Pacific.
With your help and your vote, we will move forward as one people, and Josh and I will always be there for every single person and family on Guam. This message.
Yes.
A plan to keep baby formula on the shelf in the U.S.
The Food and Drug Administration is working on a plan to help overseas companies temporarily allowed to ship baby formula to the U.S. meet requirements to keep selling in the country beyond mid-November. The FDA says it plans to issue further guidance in September, adding the need to diversify and strengthen the U.S. infant formula supply is more important than ever.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Police in Richmond, Virginia say a tip to one of their precincts last week prevented a planned mass shooting on July 4th.
The chief of police in Richmond, Virginia says a hero citizen overheard a conversation about a mass shooting planned for the 4th of July at the city's Dogwood Dell Amphitheater and called the cops. That day, they went to a man's house, and after they saw what was inside, they arrested Julio Alvarado Dubon for being a non-U.S. citizen in possession of a firearm.
They seized 2 assault rifles, 1 handgun, and 223 rounds of ammunition.
Chief Gerald Smith says they then put a second suspect under surveillance and were only able to arrest him Tuesday after the 4th. Roldman Balacarcel was also arrested for being a non-U.S. citizen in possession of a firearm. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
There's a new billionaire atop the Forbes list. Fox's Monica DeLuca.
Rihanna has become America's youngest self-made female billionaire.
Please don't stop the music.
The 34-year-old singer and businesswoman recently hit the $1.4 billion net worth mark. This milestone pushes Rihanna to the top spot, taking the title from Kylie Jenner, who's no longer considered a billionaire by Forbes, and now ranks number 41 on the list. Most of Rihanna's earnings came from her cosmetic company, Fenty Beauty, which she founded in 2017. She also co-owns a Fenty lingerie brand and Fenty skincare brand.
I'm Ann Carrick, and this is Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 3 to 4 months gone by since 2 deadly officer-involved shootings occurred, one at the Shell gas station in Dedido and the other at the intersection of Harmon Loop Road and Route 16. The 2 cases have been ruled homicides. The police officers involved in the separate shootings have since returned to duty. On March 9, a man targeting a Shell gas station in Dedido with a slingshot was shot by a responding GPD officer multiple times. On April 8, a man led police on a high-speed chase toward the intersection of Route 16 and Harmon Loop Road, where he got out of his car. The car suddenly caught fire, and cell phone video captured the man armed with a rifle standing in the middle of the road. One shot was fired by an officer, causing the man to fall to the ground before several officers closed in on the suspect. The names of the victims and the officers involved in the cases have not been made public. And a man charged with raping and impregnating an 11-year-old girl will spend the next 90 years of his life in prison. 41-year-old Rinex Riosen was found guilty of the crimes by a jury in December 2021 after the victim testified against him. She had been drugged, repeatedly raped, and forced to give up her son for adoption. The girl was 12 years old when she gave birth to a baby boy. Assistant AG Sean Brown says that Riosen did not feel remorse for his actions. Riosen claims he does not believe he did anything wrong and wishes to spend time with the child. Riosen addressed the court asking for leniency. Presiding Judge Alberto Lamarena agreed with Brown in giving Riosen 30 years for each count of first-degree criminal sexual conduct, plus 5 years each for the special allegations, totaling 90 years in prison. Riosen expressed the desire to appeal his conviction. We'll have more news after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, the Super American Circus is back on Guam, performing 8 shows per week at the PIC Hotel. Witness thrilling acts like the motorcycle team in the Globe of Danger, the Amazing Skywheel, the high-flying motorcycle, acrobats, beautiful aerial ballerinas, jugglers, and more. Get your tickets now, www.superamericancircus.com. Get free tickets for kids at Burger King and Circle K 76, valid for the month of July. Presented by Burger King and Circle K 76.
Guam Customs and Quarantine and law enforcement have observed a spike in illegal entry into Guam by boat from the CNMI in the last several months. Boats have been seen docked at locations such as Retidian, Tangisan, Tumon Bay, and the Agana Boat Basin. Last month, several Chinese nationals have been linked to the red boat that was found abandoned on the shore of Tumon Bay. Fishermen alerted local, federal, and military officials after seeing the boat docked between PIC and Pacific Star just before 5 in the morning on June 13. Customs Director Ike Perez says several people were located. CNMI officials confirmed that the boat was previously registered to a local in Rota and then sold to a Chinese individual. Guam Customs is asking the community to report any vessels landing near Guam reefs and shores by calling 642-8071. And the Mayor's Council has provided Liberation Parade updates. PD Mayor and Council President Jesse Allig says 4 village floats have registered for the July 21 parade. The council is looking for 19 float entries. He emphasized to mayors the need to sign up as soon as possible, as other entries would come from the community and government agencies. Allig says GVB is planning to announce how the People's Choice Award will work next week. Participating floats need to set up by 7 in the morning on Liberation Day along the Marine Corps Drive parade route, so float sponsors will be able to photograph the floats. The photos will be used as part of the judging process. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
At 7:10 in the morning, I'll get to the weather here. I just wanted to make it through an executive order that was in my email yesterday. Whereas this year, due in no small part to our community's patience and persistence and the efforts of our frontliner, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and I are pleased to announce that our community can look forward to coming together to celebrate this important day in Guam's history and celebrate the future as we continue our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, we're talking about the Liberation festivities that are taking place. Whereas, though, as we celebrate this Liberation Day, let us continue to keep mindful of our actions and exercise better judgment for the good of our larger island community. We urge our people to remember that your safety and the safety of your family depends on your continued observance of established personal mitigation and common sense adjustments to your behavior that minimize your exposure to sick individuals, blah, 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 blah. And then it just kind of goes on and says, according to the Guam Code annotated, in addition to the holidays specified in this section, the governor may declare by executive order additional non-permanent holidays for special purposes. And then based on that, and under the virtue of the authority vested in me, there is a declaration of July 22nd, the day after Liberation Day, is a holiday. Is now a government of Guam holiday.
Oh, that's not us, huh?
No, sorry. Sorry, I don't know which people she's talking about. So the entire community did a great thing. That means we're going to give the government of Guam employees a day off. How about that? Don't you all just feel special?
Just enjoy that.
Why is it this radio station should be a government of Guam entity? Because if it was, it would probably be off the air. The transmitters would be failing all over the place. None of the equipment would work. Yeah, I don't know. No, we'll just keep it the way it is. What do you say? But congratulations to the hardworking men and women of the government of Guam. The entire community did a good thing, so you get the day off. How about that? 7:12 in the morning on Ray Gibson Show. What have we got for you for weather? Mostly cloudy today. Highs near 86 degrees. There's going to be some scattered showers. Showers and likely possibly thunderstorms could be coming in as early as this evening. Mostly cloudy skies. Overnight lows should be about 76 degrees. Warm day, about 90 degrees if you're going to be outside of the shady areas. And showers likely, possibly thunderstorms in the forecast all day and all night tomorrow, because there's this junk coming in from the southeast of the Mariana Islands, and we need to watch out for that. They say that we could have these thunderstorms and shower weather all the way through the middle of the weekend. I'll keep an eye on that. You keep an eye on it as well. Sunrise this morning was at 5:59. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
714 Ray Gibson Show portions brought to you by APL. American President Lies, a global presence with a local home. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. You know, it's interesting. In the last hour, talking to Phil Flores, they're saying we're using my hot water heater less. What? Guy owns a bank and he's pinching pennies on the power bill? Everybody is pinching pennies on the power bill. And if you're thinking about other ways that you might be able to save money, power, gasoline, save money on gasoline by buying less of it. Go to NissanGuam.com. And there is a section here. I think if I go to their website, I might be able to pull up a screen that talks about, there's the summer sales event here. Hold on a second. There it is. More miles per gallon, a 30-plus mile per gallon club, and all kinds of vehicles that do better than 30, including the Sentra, which, Versa, gets you 35 miles to the gallon. They got a Nissan Leaf, which is electric, gets you the equivalent of about 110 miles to the gallon. Starts with a visit to NissanGuam.com. Once you've decided, this is the fun part, zero down payment, super easy financing, as low as 1.99%. Super summer sales event at Nissan.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
Interesting conversation last hour in the program with Attorney General candidate Doug Moylan. And like I said, a little bit of earned media because he's come out and is suggesting one of the things in office, if he is elected, he would like to see the reinstitution, if you will, of this corruption division. Go out there and chase down some white-collar crime in the government of Guam. Being able to give the public auditor some teeth to be able, when they find things that are hinky, that are questionable, that look like they're extra legal, maybe somebody over at the Attorney General's office that'll take a look at it and says, that is kind of interesting. Well, I'll get my guys on that. I'll get my guys. So I thought that was an interesting conversation. I could feel the air let out of the room when he said that he was going to help the federal government and enforce the marijuana as a Schedule I substance here, and how that law that we've got here in Guam, yes, that's that's illegal.
My phone started blowing up. Right?
Did you?
Yeah,
I could feel it. I could feel there's all these voices out there at the same time. What was that line from Star Trek, Star Wars? All of a sudden, they've silenced. John Tavares asked the question, "Are you going to tune into the Cabinet Roundtable?" Then that led to the answer, "Yeah, I think I'm going to start enforcing that federal law around here." And then people started going, "Whoa, hey, maybe we need to have another conversation here." Randy Landis online. Randy Landis, by the way, a member of the growing Guam pickleball group. And I read something this morning that says that pickleball might be one of the fastest growing sports in the country. I mean, like, everybody is taken to it. But he does so Tao online saying, Biba Doug Moylan, John Savar said, "Sir, there is ways and mechanisms that can be done with regard to banking." Jose says, "Think game rooms are targets for criminals. Just wait for marijuana shops to be robbed." Matt Galendez says, "What about the medical aspects of the cannabis industry?" Dennis Larson says, "Take your federal law and stick it up your doggin." So no questioning. How do you really feel about that, Dennis? But Doug says, Nick Levin says that thus this is his island, and Luke, Jose says cash exchanges. Dennis Larson says, "I'll take your credit card," and a bunch of other remarkable comments. Gina Marie Tenorio call after Doug said that, said Attorney Moylan, "You have my vote." I got Linda Gabriel online, Evelyn Bernardo, Ariola Sill, MP Ogle. Franklin Meadow, doesn't matter who uses or not. It's a real issue as the states because of the inability of these shops to bank with federally insured financial institutions. And what I think is going to happen is I think there are going to be some non-federally insured financial institutions coming. It's going to be the Bank of Joe. And they're going to say, well, is my money safe over at the Bank of Joe? And Joe's going to say, yeah, I've got insurance as well. Jay Farron hanging out with us. The legislature can barely manage what it has in front of it, enforce the laws in place already. Bill Fritton, good morning to you. Henry Manglotnia watching. Sarah Lake says, AG debates? Yes. We are working through to that point here, point and candidate, et cetera, working towards that. We have got scheduled now the lieutenant governor's debate. I'll get you some details on that before too much longer. And yeah, there's a couple of guys that have got their hat in the ring for attorney general. It'd be fun to see them, match wits with each other in a debate format. That doesn't involve 7,000 people in one room. Sonia Olalia Uggan watching. Yeah, but Camacho was there. I was looking at Jules Tejano. Pay Red Queen. Gina Call says this governor is too much, spending money like it grows on trees and spending it to get votes. We live in a time of hurting people, and being careful with spending on them is more important than giving another holiday. Honestly, she can't lead us for the next 4 years. I'm voting for Mike and Bree. Ron Lamberson hanging out. Joanne Bilibay. I got Winnie Flores. Half a day to you. Jan Guevara. Former Governor Carl T. Gutierrez online.
Just bring it back to sunshine.
He's going to be bringing it back from Japan. That's where he and some of the members of the away team at the Guam Visitors Bureau are doing kind of a road show, something like 150 stops or something like that. What did I read? Rose Pacini is there, James Bondo, MJ Regis, Cameron Mendiola watching the program, Onad Mendy Bagyao, Doris St. Nicholas, Joe Ngoko, Nick Kekoa is online. So is Renee J. Amwan. I'm sure there's going to be a significant number of right clicks going on today. I got Huey Janice.
Oh, wow, Ray.
I saw it coming that time.
Oh, I missed it, man.
Seth Sablon Cruz, Francis Duffy, and Elizabeth Cammett Brooks. Half a day. Joey and Boy and Nadine Cruz. Half a day, everybody, this morning. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. We'll take a quick look at what happened on the markets. Shall we, Real Joe? It looked like this. There was some good news. All of the markets running into the green today. The S&P 500 up 13 points, 38.45. I got the NASDAQ at 39.61 in the green. That's 11,361 for you. They're paying attention. Dow Jones Industrial Average 31,037, and they're up by 69 points. It's not like a huge day on the markets, but everybody is looking at advances as somewhat significant. FTSE is up by 82, closing at 71.07. The Nikkei down by 315. Hang Seng down by 266. The Shanghai Index off by 48, and I got the DAX 193 points in the green. They closed 12,594. Big numbers on the NASDAQ. Lucid Group, Cadence Design, Moderna, IDEX Labs, and Automatic Data. Pinduoduo, JD.com, NetEase, Baidu, and Airbnb round out the bottom five on the NASDAQ. On the commodities, what do we like to look at? Gold, anything happening with gold? Yeah, it's gone down. $26.70 now. The new price for an ounce of gold is $1,737. If you're buying oil, $98.13. It was $99 yesterday, $98.13. And a lot of people say that's is what's going to be going on. We should be able to see it trending downward. The guys over at the Guam Power Authority, if my recollection is correct, their sweet spot to roll back a LEAC could be somewhere around $85 a barrel. So I don't know if it's going to be going down that much. And there's other pressures that are on there. Apparently, they've got an oil and gas strike in Norway, and the government there has decided that they're going to get involved to try to go ahead and reopen the pipelines and reopen the pumps.
So wait a second. It has to go to 85.
That's
before they will adjust the LEAC.
Well, I'm just saying that was their sweet spot. That was the sweet spot. I'm not saying
So
that they're going to they won't look at it at 90. I'm not saying that 85. I'm just saying that 85 was their sweet spot to do the numbers.
I guess I don't understand that.
Obviously they can look at it any time. Are they going to do it at 98?
Because they jacked up the LEAC twice essentially when it was over 100, then 110, et cetera, then 120.
I can dig out the numbers.
Okay, whatever it was. But if those numbers don't hold and they're not buying oil at that price any longer, why wouldn't they adjust the LEAC down?
Still got to pay back maybe what they had bought earlier at the higher prices.
I don't know.
7:23 in the morning. It's weird to have that discussion about commodities.
Did have something that I saw this morning. CNBC.
What's that?
Came out the afternoon report. I don't know, a woman named Kelly. had indicated that she's looking at numbers and that she says that the average gas station price, and she attributed to the guy that runs Gas Buddy, which is an app back in the mainland, right, that gauges all gas stations around the country, or most of them, about what the price is so you can drive to the right place you want to get gas, the cheapest price. He is saying that in the next 2 months that gas will go down 20%. He's saying right now the price is $5.01 on the average across the country.
Yeah.
And he's saying sub 4 within 2 months.
Maybe we're going to see 20% drop in what we've got out here.
Well,
it depends on what happens to with Tapas. I mean, if you're looking at the the refined product out of the States based on West Texas crude, et cetera, again,
that would impact.
There's usually an impact, but it's not always side by side.
Not gasoline. Yeah. But if West Texas goes down, that would impact
gas prices,
the oil prices, the GPA.
Yeah,
because that's based on what they buy, right?
So are you thinking that we might see a 20% rollback as well?
No,
I see the connection.
I mean, if you're going to gauge it based on the oil price, then,
and if the price of gasoline is going down by 20%,
throw the stuff
then
on the
assumption
table
can be made.
And let's see the numbers.
Not fun making sausage. Do want to do a shout out before we get into Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point here, and then maybe it will be relevant because we got a whole bunch of people that have gone through a GCC boot camp. They are going to get their diplomas today. The completion ceremony for the Child Care Provider Certification and the Bus Driving Boot Camp. Their graduation today at 1:30 in the afternoon, and the multi-purpose building, the Child Care Provider Certification Program, first of its kind, created by the Guam Economic Development Authority, Public Health and Social Services, and GCC. Now, this is going to have an automatic link to programs that will allow for these new graduates to say, hey, I'm a child care provider. I'll watch your kids, and they'll be able to get their share of some significant grant money coming, I think, administered by GITA to get that done and put together their own child care facilities, maybe in their homes, maybe in businesses. The Bus Driving Boot Camp, also the first of its kind, working with the Department of Labor, Public Works, Kloppenberg Enterprises, and GCC. 14 completers have already taken and passed the Class D license, chauffeur license with a D endorsement, allowing for the operation of 50 to 90 passenger vehicles. Businesses and tour buses coming back online with the resurgence in tourism that some of us are experiencing, and they've always needed a whole heck of a lot of bus drivers over at DPW for the Department of Education. So my guess is virtually everybody that's graduating today is walking into a job.
Probably so.
Yeah. So congratulations to all of you and to the organizers putting this together. Thanks.
And that is a difficult job. Have you ever done that? I have not.
What, driving a bus?
Yeah. Ever been behind the wheel of a bus? Something that large?
People don't generally trust me with that kind of heavy equipment or sharp things,
I thought at some point in your radio career somebody might have given you the opportunity.
We used to have this big trailer that looked like a radio. And the closest thing to that was a big trailer with a radio on it, and there was a big truck that drove it around. But we usually there was a big guy named JR, knew how to drive, big loads in the back. So we let it to him. And I remember I had to move it from one place to another. It's less than a mile from Paseo to where was it? O'Brien Drive. And I remember that being one of the most grueling experiences in the world, because when you've got something as heavy as that big giant boombox behind you, you might have brakes in the vehicle that you're in, but it didn't have any brakes back there. And there's, once you get moving, it doesn't want to stop.
It's a different world.
Yeah.
When I moved from the San Francisco area down to L.A. in the 80s, after I left Guam, I left my stuff up in the Bay Area and then secured my place down south and then went up and got my stuff in a 28-foot Ryder truck.
Oh.
Right? Just jammed with furniture and all kinds of things.
Because you're not going back.
No.
One trip.
And it was at a time of the year when there was snow on the ground in Central California. And that's the area I was going down. And it was incredible. I mean, when you've got that much weight and something, it was only 28 foot. Now, you imagine a bus is 40-some, right?
Yeah.
And you imagine the kind of weight behind you when you're dealing with something like that.
Significant curb weight.
That's incredible. I mean, that's a difficult job.
And so we've gotten some graduates from GCC. They're going to enjoy a new life and new opportunities. Congratulations. There will be other boot camps coming up. Keep listening to the radio. Usually when they announce them, they come here first. 7:28 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. You got enough time to make it through, or shall we go to...
I am willing to defer.
Defer to Donna D. Donna D.
Absolutely.
We'll do a quick look at headlines with Donna D. here. Being brought to you by Burger King, where it's chicken fries skies Friday tomorrow. Do you need another reason to continue to breathe? Yes, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the drive-thru at BK and enjoy. Usually you should buy those in twos. So you got something to eat in the car and you got something to eat when you get home. So check that out at BK. Looking at buying some new property, maybe looking at selling some property. Call Lolita Kamet. She's with Holiday Realty and working with a gaggle of professionals out there to make everybody's wildest real estate dreams come true. Now with the news, here's Donna D.
While the woman accusing a former Port police officer and known Suruhanu of rape didn't specifically say no or stop, she did say that what she told him essentially meant no. She testified that when she told Frank Nicholas that she did not want to be penetrated, believing that Nicholas had the capacity to understand what she meant. Nicholas is accused of taking the woman to a remote cave for a spiritual massage in May of 2020, which led to the rape. And a medical examiner who performed a post-mortem examination on human remains found in Dedido last week concluded that the man died of natural causes. Police had previously noted that the skeletal remains found on Mendioka Street were believed to be those of a man in his late 50s to early 60s. There were no signs of a struggle or foul play. The investigation is ongoing. And GovGuam employees will have a 4-day weekend to mark Liberation Day this month. Liberation Day is on the 21st of July and commemorates the 1944 U.S. invasion that freed Guam from the Japanese occupation. It falls on a Thursday this year, and Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has declared July 22 a holiday in an executive order announced yesterday, saying the COVID-19 pandemic has hindered liberation celebrations for the past 2 years. And those are your local headlines on The Point.
Woohoo! Oh, wait, not for us. Okay, never mind. Bottom of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show. It will be Thursday is Liberation. We're not doing shows on Liberation. We're going to be over at the parade. We're going to get a trolley and DJs and dancing girls.
But we got to be here on Friday afterwards.
Yeah.
After all that business.
Yeah, because we didn't win the GovGuam election year lottery.
Trolleys are sold out, Ray. Sorry, man, we got to use rollerblades.
That's cool. I can do that as well. Me and Joe Cunningham on our rollerblades.
That's a 4-day weekend.
Well, I mean, you can phone it in if you want to, but we're going to have to be here doing that. Got word that there might be some traffic issues over at the intersection of 10 and 15 Manila but there's a couple of intersections up through there. One of the lights is in blink mode or not working at all. So if you're going through there, expect some delays. Bottom of the hour, Jerry Roberts is ready with the extra point. Is he not?
He is off. He
Brought
is.
to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Now, Jer?
Have you ever been suspected, or have you ever suspected that you could be wrong on an issue, or worse, that you knew your position was wrong, and yet you continued to defend it? What impact does that have with regard to trust? This could be an uncomfortable topic for some folks today, but we're going to get into it next on the Extra Point.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
I once worked for a man whom I respected, and while he never said the exact words, I knew he strongly believed in the principle of making sure that we had the tools we needed to be successful to make him successful. One day he called me, and he said he felt it was necessary to make major changes in what we did and how we did it. Though it seemed like we would be giving up a large segment of our clientele to the competition, he claimed that we'd be just as successful as always. Well, it was baloney. He knew it, I knew it. The numbers didn't add up. I had a good relationship with the owner and didn't want to take down his argument, so I gently presented what I was seeing, and he acknowledged my points and then said again in the same words how he felt we would be successful. His voice told me that he didn't believe it himself, even while he was trying to sell me. This made me careful in dealing with him for the remainder of the time that I was employed there. Another example is the CDC and the issue of natural immunity. Their position from the very beginning was that vaccines were the only way to deal with the pandemic. For well over a year, They wouldn't even discuss the issue of natural immunity, which is what happens when someone catches COVID and develops the antibodies associated with it, not necessarily and not vaccinated. Only after a series of independent studies from major sources showed the benefit of natural immunity did the CDC come out and alter their position. There was so much evidence at that point, they were forced to do this, as was the media that had protected them and had kept the facts from the American people. Their influence silenced doctors and scientists and others who questioned policies and decisions which ran contrary to theirs. Many of these people were highly respected experts in their respective fields, yet they were tossed aside because they disagreed with the people in power. Science is never settled. When scientists don't agree, that's when they dig deeper, not do all you can to discredit your opponent and seek to totally shut them out. The CDC played politics, putting Joe Biden's agenda ahead of telling America the truth, or commissioning more independent studies to find the truth. As a result, they have lost trust. So question, why don't people abandon these positions when it's obvious the facts don't support their contentions? In general, you have two reasons, fear and embarrassment. Imagine that you're a Democrat and you don't go along with Biden, or you're a Republican and you don't support Donald Trump. Could there be repercussions? Could your actions result in your personal loss of support when you come up for re-election? Or is it possible that your state or jurisdiction could lose out when it comes to deciding where federal money is spent and how much? Fear and risk play a role here. It's undeniable. As for embarrassment, none of us like to admit that we're wrong, particularly on issues that impact people so strongly. It's painful. And even when the fear aspect is not involved, nobody relishes the thought of facing people who once trusted you, but likely don't any longer. The good news is that coming clean and admitting our mistake is the first step to restoring that trust. Now, this is true whether we're talking about business, politics, family matters, issues between friends, and more. Nobody gets it right all the time, and that's not a realistic expectation. However, doubling down on something when we know it's wrong and is hurtful to others is a recipe for a disastrous loss of trust and credibility. And that's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank.
Yeah.
I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah, I'm trying to think in my head the 8 members of the legislature that consistently voted against their own interests as the middle branch of government and just allowed the governor to do whatever the governor was going to do. Didn't work on resolutions. They managed to pass a bill that they knew was going to fail and they would be unable to override the veto of, but they went through the kabuki of it. So it's those guys, zero credibility, zero trust.
It happens in business. It happens in politics. The thing is, it's not.
I'm wondering what it is they're afraid of.
But it's not the matter of getting it wrong. It's the matter of knowing that you're wrong and then doubling back and down on it again and reinforcing that thing that you know is wrong. That's where you lose the trust. Getting it wrong is not the trust issue. It's doubling down when you know you're wrong and people know you're wrong.
Yeah, they have to have they have to know by now. After everything, after all of the things that we had gone through as a community, after the lockdowns and shut down businesses and just the incredible loss in this community of a couple of years, they've got to feel somewhat responsible for that, for never climbing into the seats that we elected them for. And asking simple questions. I mean, they waited until the COVID was conveniently ending before they started bringing in people and asking questions about why there's this lingering public health emergency that has been extended again into another month. And they're totally fine with it. totally fine, with all of the decisions that are being made by not elected representatives of the people of Guam. I'm just saying that's how your extra point resonates with me today. 7:36 and 7:37, yeah, something like that in the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way. Stick around.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Wow, 20 away from the top of the hour. Just got a blurb from Candid News. It's got a picture of Mike Sinicolas on it. So when the press release comes out from the Adelup, it's going to thank somebody else. But at least here, following a news release from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. Sinicolas, as the Congress moves forward the National Defense Authorization Act for FY 2023, Congressman Sinicolas anticipates over $1.5 billion for Guam. We're very pleased with the continued support of our colleagues to secure resources for Guam's defense and our national security interests, which include more funding for missile defense and the highest level of funding for military buildup projects on record. Additionally, we're working to identify public defense access roads on Guam for even more road investment, a behavioral health study to get more doctors for our service members, veterans, families, and Gold Stars, an extension of our H-2B quotas to meet military and local project and housing needs, more frequent testing to protect our groundwater, and access to our base amenities for Homeland Security personnel and federal firefighters. Specifically, we'd like to thank Congressman Kahele for bringing our amendments directly at the committee level. Our colleagues Ed Permiter, Mary Gay Scanlon, Jaime Raskin, Joe Neguse, Joe Morell, and Chairman McGovern for helping us get the remaining amendments considered in rules. Congressman Sinicolas concludes the NDAA continues to be deliberated with passage and enactment expected in the fourth quarter of this year. Could be a great, great thing. $1.5 billion coming in, and I think a significant amount of that, again, is going to be in bolstering the missile defenses. We do have issues with the North Koreans, and who knows what the Russians and the Chinese are going to be up to. It'd be nice to make sure that we had some kind of, coconut dome over the island of Guam, made of iron and steel, if you will. 7:41 in the morning. Where were we going? Traffic? I was supposed to take a look at what's going on in traffic. Okay, can do. I want to check out what's happening in Manila, though. As traffic begins to get a little bit busier, I'm wondering if the intersections up there are going to be getting kind of crazy. Looking at that now on the screen. Doesn't look like it's crazy just yet, but I am seeing some spots on Route 10 that look like they're running slower than normal. 10 and 15, that intersection's running clean. A lot of traffic over at 8, 10, 16, Happy Mart down to the intersection busy. And then we've got some dogging out traffic, people trying to get onto Teedson, and some of the usual intersection traffic on Route 8. Route 4 looking pretty good right now. Marine Corps Drive up and down, not so bad. Dededo is busy. Route 1 and 3 busy. 1 and 16 over by the Micronesia Mall also running fairly busy. A little bit of traffic from Ipalpao into Waisangsong over by the gas stations. Not a whole lot happening after that. We'll move southbound Marine Corps Drive down into the Sumai area. Big Navy, a little bit busy, but not any busier than normal. It's 7:42. There is your right now traffic on the point.
Howdy, folks. It's KFC's Colonel Sanders, and I'm bringing you a delicious KFC chicken flavor just in time for summer. Introducing my new KFC Grilled Teriyaki Chicken. It's our great KFC grilled chicken made with an authentic, sweet, and tangy Japanese teriyaki sauce that the whole family will fall in love with. Pick up a bucket at your favorite KFC location and bring home the teriyaki love today. KFC's new Grilled Teriyaki Chicken is available for a limited time at your favorite KFC location. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team. Conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
I got it. It's breakfast time over at CPK in Agana. Something not a whole lot of CPKs are doing. If you're in the Agana area, doing some work in the capital city and got the hungries right now, I can hear your stomach from here in the radio station, even through the headphones. Go get something to eat. You're going to love the food that they've got lined up for you. They got your favorite munchies. They got pancakes there, but they're made with taro. Yum. A French toast. Yeah, but it's CPK, so they're going to dress it up. There's a crispy brioche French toast there. Frittatas, a breakfast plate featuring the Newski's thick-cut bacon. Well, I don't mean like thick-cut bacon. I mean thick-cut bacon. This thing, you could probably get like 4 thinner ones out of it. They're that thick and they're that good. You want that with some fried rice, they can do that for you. Looking at some healthy eating options. All right, we go backwards. Starting with Y for yogurt parfait. There's an acai bowl, roasted corn and poblano breakfast tacos. And it's got to be healthy, because I don't know what the hell a poblano is. Real Joe, anything?
I think it's a pepper ray.
Could be. Go and find out for breakfast today over at CPK in Agana. Yeah, so I can see myself on the app here saying, I don't know what the heck a poblano is. And the very next comment is knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Yes, you'll need to know your way around the kitchen and the spices and all of that. Michelle Charlene Lasonko is there. Nelson Del Carmen watching the program. So is, let me see, Greg Fausto, John Savares. Harvey Egna is chiming in on some economic stuff. Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, John Ray Titano, Carl Espeldon. That's Carl with a K. Doris Doug Mitchell. Tom Marie Babauta. Ben Borja. Francie Presto. Good morning to Paul Paris. Carlos Barredo and... Patrick A. Martha Tolvez. Mike Grace Bloss talking about I was a daydreamer in school. Unknowingly, I was blocking out the indoctrination. God bless you. Let me see. Liz Kitsu, Buenos Aires, John Felix Paris. Dave Duane is the announcement of power relief in $100 per month for 5 months paid directly to GPA has yet to be funded. If ARP funds are used to be done immediately via executive order. Yeah, well, like I said, Dave, the governor can send down potential legislation. There's no need to wait out somebody. She's got some ideas. There's no reason why she could not create the legislation. She used to be in the legislature. She knows what it looks like. Send it down and have the body take a look at it. Do the same thing with budgets. Don't see why we couldn't do it that way. Keith and D. Hattig, M.T. Farron, Alfred Wayne Cabo, Senator Jess Lujan is online here this morning. What's that, Jose? North Koreans are going to fire the latest missile. It's the Kalbi heat-seeking moisture missile. I heard it's got some kick. Who else is playing around with the radio this morning? Jack Larimer, where are you playing tonight, Jack? And Willie F. Britt Jr. checking out the program. Good to have everybody online. I don't generally do the roll call around this time, but we get a lot of different listeners and a lot of different people that tune in at different times. So I want to make sure that A, you feel acknowledged, and B, sit through the lecture. That is, if you like what you're listening to, if you think this is a great way to start the morning. You get the news, you get the information, got a smart-ass Holly on the radio. Couldn't live without it. Hit the like button, hit the share button on whatever it is that you're listening or watching on, and share the wealth. Jack Larimer says playing at the Bamboo Bar. That's the one over at Deuce It, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is not far away.
Yeah,
it was not far away from the what's the name of the Tuba Bar? Taboo.
Oh, Taboo.
Something like the new place. At the bottom of what used to be the old Outrigger. Yeah, I had the chance to swing by there a week and a half ago, and I think it's great. I'd already brought my own stuff with me, so it wasn't like I was going to go in and get a beer from those guys. But it looked like a nice place to go and hang out in days where it's too hot outside or if it's raining or something like that. Great place to go inside. They've got all these different zones. Which is one of my favorite things about clubs, going into different clubs, bars, situations like that, where you've got different kinds of zones to hang out with. Yeah, like that. And I haven't figured out where and I remember saying this about a couple of other places that have opened up in the last few years, looking around going, okay, where's the local section? I'm looking at, there's a local section, there's the newly minted divorcee section. Always nice to see that. Bro, I'm not gonna give you names. But in 24 hours, I've run into people, and I've said exactly the wrong thing. I said, hey, give your wife a kiss. And the guy says, oh, you haven't heard.
Oh,
hey,
that's the worst.
Pute, sorry. No, I had not heard about that. And, I'm sorry, not within the last 24 hours. An hour later, saw somebody. And I said, is your husband joining you? And she says, oh, you haven't heard.
Oh, Ray.
So there seems to be a whole lot of
That's
that.
not the greatest question, man.
Is it? It now? Well, I'm curious. Now I'm just kind of being nosy. Did COVID break you up?
Oh,
was it the stresses of COVID, the newly minted stresses, where we never, we were always cautious about money, but now we're freaked out about money because the cost of everything is going up. Is that one of the reasons that you found yourself, otherwise thinking, yeah, maybe I'm better off on my own. Oh no, she takes long showers. I can't afford the hot water bills anymore. Oh my God, women go through toilet paper. It's crazy. 7:48, 7:48 on the Ray Gibson Show. What? It's true, isn't it?
Well, because you just, you guys
Never mind. I don't want to. Don't necessarily need all of the details here. All right. Hoping to hear at some point this morning from His Honor Judge Klitsky. We had Doug Moylan on the radio last hour, talking about the 9 pages. There won't be any censoring here today, friends. I'm sorry. There are actual FCC rules about, certain physical activities that we can and can't talk about. Plus there's the idea that maybe it's breakfast time for a lot of people, and maybe you don't want to get generally into some of those kind of conversations. If it's breakfast time where you are, can I tell you to avoid page 15 of today's Guam Daily Post? Now, I like the Post. I hope Henry Taitano does a good job and kind of sides at least in the middle because there's a whole hell of a lot of left-wing nonsense in here. But Reuters has a story that they're running in the Daily Post today. Funeral home owner who sold body parts pleads guilty. Did you see this? Oh, my God. Wait, hold on. I got to get back to this story here, but I want to make sure we've got the right people on the line. Funeral home owner who sold body parts pleads guilty. Hess, in the woman's name, 45, admitted on Tuesday that through her funeral home in the town of Montrose in the western part of the state, she defrauded at least a dozen families seeking cremation services for deceased relatives. Instead of cremating the bodies, court records show her body broker company harvested heads, spines, arms, and legs, and then sold them, mostly for surgical training and other, quote, educational purposes. What the?
Wow.
What the? But it just gets worse from there. It gets worse. There are a couple other paragraphs before I get to Harvey. Meeting with hospice on the 4th, opening the floodgates of donors, Hess wrote to a prospective body part buyer. They have 4 or 5 deaths a day. Get ready. How about a deal on a fully embalmed spine? $950. If you're wondering,
no money down, right?
Are you worth more dead than alive? Few state laws provide any regulation, and almost anyone, regardless of expertise, can dissect and sell human body parts. Unbelievable. Hess charged families up to $1,000 for cremations that never occurred, prosecutors said, and she also offered others a free cremation in exchange for a body donation. Many families received ashes from bins mixed with the remains of different cadavers, authorities said, and one client received concrete mix instead of the relative's ashes. FBI agents found that Hess forged dozens of body donor consent forms in court documents. A former employee accused Hess of earning $40,000 by extracting and selling the gold teeth of some of the deceased. This is what a ghoul. What an absolute ghoul.
Where was this?
In the States, Colorado, out by Montrose. 7:52 in the morning. There's just incredible the depths that people will go to make a buck in this country. 7:52 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. That was a reading from the book of the Guam Daily Post, a reading from the Pacific Daily News, and an editorial that I think is timely and runs along with among my worst nightmares. That is, there is going to be a bright flash, and everybody will run around like chickens with their head cut off and heads on fire, because we're not being told, I think, how to prepare for a apocalyptic hit from the North Koreans or the Chinese or even the Russians. Harvey Egna ponders that in his editorial this morning in the PDN. Good morning, Harvey.
Hey, good morning.
Viva.
I just want to touch for a minute on your previous comments on the body parts.
Mm.
You know, since about the 1600s when we started having actual real medical schools in Europe, it was quite common to go out and steal fresh bodies from cemeteries for the use of the medical students. So that's not something that's actually new. And in the Jewish religion, it's still culturally practiced today, I think more out of tradition than need, that a relative stays with the deceased the night before the burial. And I think that goes back to those times when people were stealing bodies out of graveyards for medical schools.
Is that the origin of sitting Shiva?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So that actually comes after the funeral, but there's a relative that always sits the night before the funeral with the deceased in the funeral home.
Yeah.
I think that goes back to those days.
As I said, just ghoulish, with obvious ghoulish and greedy intentions. And I hope there's a book big enough that lots of people can throw at her. But you write in today's PDN here, preparing for a conflict. The military's ready, but what is Guam Homeland Security up to? Interesting question.
You know, my article is more geared toward the possibility of a conventional rather than a nuclear conflict. They're both very, very different in nature. And, a nuclear conflict is a whole different level of disaster than a conventional conflict. And as I'm, looking around and thinking of my own family, our Homeland Security folks, they're excellent at preparing us for typhoons and that type of calamity. But I was looking through their website and really, really trying to find information of, what happens if, we are involved in some type of a conventional conflict, if our airports and port facilities and, our electric power stations are targeted and gone, what do we do? We're probably not going to get much in the way of assistance out here if our runways are cratered. APL and Matson are not going to sail into a war zone. How do we prepare for that? How do 150,000 people get food and water? And power? We don't have internet. We don't have communications, and it's it's really hard to find information as to what we should do. Should we have 3 months of MREs and canned tuna kind of hanging out in the garage, or how should we really prepare for that? And I really had a hard time finding local information on that.
I don't know that there is like a local kind of preppers club, but maybe there ought to be something along those lines where, and there's any number of websites and email lists that you can get onto these days that will send you information and updates on things that you can do personally, which everybody should already be doing. We're moving into a time where thrift is going to be important. Are there other ways to make your water hot so that you can eat? Are there other ways to preserve your foods? In case you don't have access or ready access to cheap refrigeration technology. Now, obviously, there used to be because people were able to survive without electricity right up until the middle of the last century. So seems to me that it shouldn't be all that difficult to go backwards and see how our great-grandparents did it back in the day. But the populations were smaller. People weren't living as long. So in addition to questions like, what are we going to do if we can't get access to food? What will people that have got significant medical needs, what are they going to do when they can't get their insulin? What are they going to do when they can't get all the drugs that they need to keep them alive? Right now, it's an inconvenience to wait in the drive-thru for your pills any longer than a half hour. What if they just didn't have the drive-thru up in Dayton anymore?
Exactly. And, right now, even as bad as a typhoon could be, it's not going to destroy the runways at Anderson or at Guam Airport. It's not going to destroy the port, so we'll still get aid. But in the event of a conflict, those facilities might not exist anymore. And the military and civilian shipping is going to have other things on their mind. So how are we going to get fed? How are we going to get, as you say, that medicine, that bottled water? Are we going to need to be self-sufficient for 6 months? How is that going to work out here on Guam?
I don't think it's going to work out. I'm a worst-case scenario kind of guy. I think within the first couple of weeks of something like that happening, whether we're a conventional attack like the Japanese did in December of 1941, or they just throw an EMP up and leave us to our own devices, that is going to require. I think the big chunk of the population is going to die off in the first couple of weeks.
You know, it's clear that the military is getting ready. I mean, you see the Army is here preparing several different layers of missile defenses. The Navy keeps boosting up the number of submarines that are home ported out of Guam. I read that the Air Force is considering basing fifth-generation fighters at Anderson, and they're preparing a satellite air base out at Tinian. So everybody's preparing for this, but nobody's preparing us, and that's my concern.
I'm with you on that concern. I keep waiting. You know, they say North Korea sent off a missile, but it's no threat to Guam. But what happens the day that they say, well, you know, as it turns out, this one does look like there's a likelihood of some kind of threat? How should we prepare ourselves immediately? How should we prepare our families? And then over the long term, I think they're legitimate questions. How do we ensure one way or another that we're able to be able to fend for ourselves? I've already figured out which pot some of the chickens are going to be going to in the backyard. I know what in my house and my neighbor's house on the trees I can eat, but there's going to be, I think, fierce competition for it. You know, we've already got a situation where we've got people, indigent, that are already in the jungles and around the villages that are taking the wild bread food off trees, picking bananas, sometimes out of people's yards. What happens when everybody is that hungry, when everybody is that desperate for food?
Yeah, I don't know that North Korea is really the concern as much as China is. You know, China actually has a missile that they call the Guam Killer. It's a conventional missile, as well as other, you know, weapons, and as well as a growing Navy that's capable of projecting power out this way. And you know, maybe there have been some saber rattling around Taiwan and not really knowing what our posture is toward defending Taiwan, whether we would or not. Maybe again, in the spirit of a first strike to kind of take us out, Guam would be that target, as well as a number of bases in Japan and the Philippines, to kind of get us out of the way so they could do what they want there with their takeaway province. Yeah. So I don't know that I'm so worried about North Korea as I would be about the Chinese.
Well, I mean, obviously there's some concerns. Customs are looking at the Chinese nationals sneaking into Guam by boat, front page of today's Guam Daily Post, and that should be alarming. And are these snakeheads? Are they, you know, some kind of political refugees, or are they spies looking for weaknesses in the infrastructure systems that are shared between the federal, the local government and the military? 8 o'clock in the morning, Harvey, an interesting conversation. Keep writing. I like to read what you write.
Thank you. And I'm just curious why these people coming in can't be arrested if they don't have visas. They don't have passports.
Because they sneak in on a boat and then ditch the boat and then head into the boondocks, or you know, kind of just infiltrate life on Guam. Maybe they got
everyone else that wants to come here has to get green cards and passports, but these guys, well, we can't arrest them. We can just give them a fine.
No. Well, I mean, if we can find them, I'm sure that they'll be arrested and otherwise hauled before a judge someplace. But I don't know that A, anybody's looking for them, or B, what we do with them once we find them. Anyway, 8 o'clock in the morning, got to break away. I'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right, Harvey. Here comes Fox News on the Point.
Pensions for millions of workers. More from Fox's Jared Halpern.
President Biden spoke to a group of Cleveland iron workers to trumpet a federal pension program funded with coronavirus relief money.
I campaigned to restore the backbone of this country, the middle class and unions.
The president announced the finalized federal rule boosting financially strapped multi-company pensions and ensuring benefits for millions of retirees will remain intact.
A lot of politicians like to talk about how they're going to do something about it. Well, I'm here today to say we've done something about it.
The president also weighed in on the fatal shooting of a black man by police officers in Akron last week.
The FBI continues to coordinate with state and local partners to provide resources and specialized skill. If the evidence reveals potential violations of federal criminal statutes, the Justice Department will take the appropriate action.
America is listening to Fox News.
Hafa-day, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Joyce Broadcasting introduces their unbeatable lineup of morning show. Hands down winners of Guam's morning radio battle.
Daryl Lizama grooves his way through Boss 104 playing Guam's favorite classic hits.
Morning mouth Ray Gibson shakes the cage on 93.3 The Point.
And now, we are proud to announce the Morning Blender with Kyle Mandapat, mixing it up at sunrise on Star 101.
If you're an advertiser trying to reach the most valuable ears, we've got the shows that listeners have been tuning into for decades.
One call gets all three.
671-888-7346. That's 888-REIO.
Most of the suspected migrants found dead in a tractor trailer in Texas last week have been identified.
Texas officials say they have only 6 victims left to identify from that tractor trailer discovered near San Antonio, with 53 dead people inside, all suspected to be illegal migrants being smuggled. Most were Mexican, others were Guatemalan and Honduran. The youngest was 13 years old. 4 people are now charged with crimes. One of the survivors tells investigators they covered the truck floor with powdered chicken bouillon to confuse search dogs at the U.S. border. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The suspected driver of the abandoned truck remains in custody. The lone abortion clinic in Mississippi will likely close its doors for good tonight before a state law banning most abortions takes effect tomorrow. The so-called trigger law was activated after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. The Jackson Women's Health Organization sought an injunction yesterday to stay open, but a judge denied the clinic's request. Air travel headaches may continue for a while, according to the COO of a major airline.
The COO of United Airlines said in a message to staff, reported by Reuters, that the U.S. aviation system is expected to remain challenged this summer and beyond, that there are more flights scheduled than air traffic control can handle. After meeting with aviation industry leaders last month, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said air traffic control staffing issues do not explain all of these delays and cancellations, that during COVID, airlines pushed pilots into early retirement. But Airlines for America, an industry trade group, wrote in a letter to Buttigieg that ATC staffing shortages in Jacksonville, Florida, for most of the prior month crippled the entire East Coast traffic flow. They asked for the FAA to share their staffing plans so airlines can better plan.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. The flight tracking website FlightAware shows 332 flights within, into, or out of the U.S. were canceled today. Thousands grounded over the Memorial Day and 4th of July holiday weekends. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
I want my children to be healthy and safe for the new school year. That's why I made an appointment at the FHB Health Center for their annual checkups, vaccines, physicals, and dental exams. FHB pediatricians and dentists deliver the highest quality of care. I trust them. So can you. Receive a free gift with your child's checkup. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1. Most private insurance plans accepted. FHB Health Center. Our island, your clinic.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Howdy, folks. It's KFC's Colonel Sanders, and I'm bringing you a delicious KFC chicken flavor just in time for summer. Introducing my new KFC Grilled Teriyaki Chicken. It's our great KFC grilled chicken made with an authentic sweet and tangy Japanese teriyaki sauce that the whole family will fall in love with. Pick up a bucket at your favorite KFC location and bring home the teriyaki love today. KFC's new Grilled Teriyaki Chicken is available for a limited time at your favorite KFC location. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Hoffaday, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A retired police lieutenant has yet to enter a plea to terrorizing charges after not showing up to court. Former GPD Lieutenant Jojo Templo Garcia was scheduled to enter a plea to charges in connection to a February indictment, but did not make an appearance in Superior Court. The no-show comes after Garcia's initial hearing was rescheduled for yesterday morning due to a conflict of interest with Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan, who worked with Garcia at GPD. Magistrate Judge Benjamin Sison presided on the case case and discovered Garcia knew about the hearing, checked in with a probation officer as previously ordered, and was still looking for a lawyer. CSUN has rescheduled the hearing one more time. If Garcia does not show up on July 20, he could be put in jail. And a man accused of evading Guam police officers after he led them on a chase 3 times in recent months has been arrested. 26-year-old Victor Steven Adzuzu Mendiola was caught on surveillance video breaking into a pickup truck in February. In March, Mendiola led police on a high-speed chase, driving as fast as 100 miles per hour in Dedido after officers tried to stop him for failing to use his turn signal. Police say he abandoned the car and ran into the jungle area. Officers noted the license plate did not match the vehicle and found a glass pipe with meth inside the car. In May, Mendiola led officers on another chase in Dedido and was able to get away after he ran into a jungle area. Meth was found in the vehicle. Mendiola was spotted earlier this week sitting inside a vehicle at a gas station along NCS Dedido and was captured by officers. During a search, police found a baggie with meth. Mendiola was charged with theft, 3 counts of possession of a Schedule II, 3 counts of eluding a police officer and resisting arrest, and 3 counts of reckless driving. More local news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
While the woman accusing a former a police officer and known Suruhanu of rape did not specifically say no or stop, she says what she told him essentially meant no. The prosecution questioned the victim in court yesterday in the sexual assault case against Frank St. She testified that she told St. that she did not want to be penetrated, believing that St. had the capacity to understand what she meant. St. is accused of taking the woman to a remote cave for a spiritual massage in May of 2020, which led to the rape. During cross-examination, defense attorney Jay Areola went over the victim's history as a dancer or stripper and says, "Don't penetrate me" does not necessarily mean no. Assistant AG Rochelle Canto told jurors that St. had fooled the woman and made her believe nothing sexual was going to happen in the cave. Canto says there was no consent for sex. St. was acquitted in the first sexual assault case against him, which involved a different woman. Meanwhile, Senator Joe St. Augustine has introduced legislation to help pay 5 months' worth of power bills. The Energy Credit Program would appropriate $25 million from the general fund to provide individuals and businesses with a total of $500 in credit toward their GPA bills starting in July. St. Augustine says a recent BBMR report shows collections are about $85 million more than projected. Governor Lulian Guerrero announced during her State of the Island address that she was discussing such a program with St. Augustine and is likely to sign the measure if passed by senators. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
All right, I got some weather for you. It doesn't look very, very promising over the next couple of days. This could be the last day where we just say mostly cloudy skies under scattered showers. Highs near 86 degrees. By tonight, they're starting to talk about showers and possibly thunderstorms moving in. It looks like that might be a permanent fixture all the way through the middle of the weekend here. Mostly cloudy tonight. Lows around 76 degrees. Watch out for some of the extra rain. Showers likely, possibly thunderstorms Friday night, and Saturday. So grab the sunshine while you can. Heat index today is going to be about 90 degrees. Sunset tonight will be at 6:52. That's news and weather together on The Point.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Get ready to save up and chow down with Pacific Points. Now you can redeem Pacific Points for UnoGo wallet credits and enjoy huge savings on food delivery. Order from over 80 restaurants and have it delivered straight to your door.
Continue earning points when you fuel up at Shell, shop at Foodies, purchase IT&E prepaid load, and pay your monthly IT&E bill. Then, get ready to claim your rewards. Learn more at PacificPoints.com. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home. In fact, we'll talk with Charlie in a second, maybe about some APL stuff, but definitely about some drone stuff. The drone army that is out there. The drone, what are they? Drone. We'll get the nomenclature right in a minute. And then we're also being brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. Got some real estate transactions. You think there might be something to be looked at? Well, let them take a look at it. They'll know all about title searches, the DNA, the genealogy of the building it is that you are trying to buy or sell. It's what they do, and nobody does it better than Security Title.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Got a WhatsApp from Henry Titanos. Says, I heard your comment on the way to the office today. LOL. Thank you. Looking forward to working with All in Media and evolving as a media company. And I like the way that sounds. He's the new general manager, boss of the shop over at the Guam Daily Post. And there are many things that we like about the Daily Post. I think Gaynor does a great job. Al, Phil, John Connor, etc. If I missed your name, Haiti, if I missed your name, sorry. I read it. It is the first newspaper that I read in the morning, and for the most part, I dig it. What I don't like about the Guam Daily Post, I think there's too much of a reliance on very, very left-leaning media sources. Your Washington Posts and et cetera, et cetera. And I just, I'll take a look at a headline and give it the benefit of the doubt, and then we'll see where it's coming from. I just go, man, never mind. I'm not going to learn anything significant about this particular angle on the story. I also miss, Henry, while I've got your attention, we need to go back to an editorial committee at the Guam Daily Post. I think there's some very, very sharp people that you've got there that have an opinion and have some thoughts. And it might not always go with what I'd like to see or what Klinsky'd like to see or what anybody else, but it's important that we bring out the voice and on important topics. We don't need anybody to say, hey, washing your hands is a good thing. How about let's hear it for clean air? And the Boy Scouts are great. They are great. But we don't need that to be the substance of an editorial when we've got more substantive things that are going on a daily basis. Quarter after 8, that's just me. And if you want to do collabs or whatever, I'm always down for it. Always down to hang out with people that are smarter than me. 8:15 in the morning on the radio. Speaking of people that are smarter than me, Nick Garrido, public information officer for the Guam Fire Department, and trying to get some information, some great videos. I don't know if you've seen them or whether you want them added to your list of pieces of evidence, Nick. But there's some great footage from people driving around last night memorializing the event with their camera phones. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Ray.
So tell me what happened. What went up? What is the state of it this morning? Clearly a fire in the Harmon area.
So yesterday, roughly around 7 p.m., the 911 center had multiple calls for reported heavy smoke and flames. I believe the initial one was a report of grass fire, because that's kind of in the general vicinity. There's a lot of grass. So upon the arrival of the units, that's what they found was at the initial time was roughly about 50 vehicles, and some of them were stacked on top of each other. And that was basically where they were at. As far as accessibility in there was tight, and roughly the fire was under control around 1 o'clock this morning.
Okay. Roughly. So what was burning? The stacks of cars?
They had vehicles. That is I'm not too sure if that's the same. There's still the same name, the roadside towing, but it was the previous one. That's the junkyard there, sir.
Okay, all right. So it was the vehicles that were on fire, not necessarily a building?
Not a building. It was the vehicles.
Okay, hard to tell by some of the videos. Obviously, it was late at night, and some of the videos that I see were shot from moving cars. No injuries on the scene?
No injuries on the scene.
All right. Investigations obviously are going to continue. Does it look like it was deliberately started, or does it look like maybe some
So I'm happy I actually just called you at this time because I just got off the phone with the Fire Prevention Bureau. So their investigation is they're going to be there today doing some interview statements and also going to go run through the junkyard. And they're going to make that determination later. However, at this time, it's undetermined as it's under investigation.
All right, got that. All right, so the fire's out. Everybody in the area is safe. Of course, you see things like that, and automatically I remembered it wasn't that long ago that I pulled over on Route 10 to get some video of the fire that engulfed the storage compound that they had down there.
Yes. Yes, so it's actually not too far from it either, you know.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. So everybody was thinking there might have been some kind of a structure fire, but it was stacks of cars that were all stacked up on each other, and arguably tires caught fire, and whatever the fluids were in the vehicles likewise caught fire, and that's why it was a several alarm fire last night.
Correct.
All right, got it. Hey, Nick, I appreciate your time. Appreciate you calling in this morning. Anytime.
No problem. If there's one thing I want to mention, though, too, Ray, thank you first for this opportunity, but we also had our counterparts and our from other agencies. Guam Airport ARF was there to assist us. DPW brought their excavator, and along with Navy Base Guam came out to assist us with that. It was, as the area obviously was very tight, and access to water was quite a distance.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that place. I mean, it just looks like things have just developed. I don't know if anybody's got a sense of the infrastructure that needs to be put in place to make sure that all of the buildings, all of the different businesses in that area are as protected as they should be in case of these infernos that go from time to time.
Correct.
I think that was the same. I think some of the same statements were made when the storage facility caught fire as well. Something to work on. 8:19 in the morning. Nick, you have a fantastic rest of the day. I appreciate you bringing in the names of some of the other guys that came out to lend a hand and assist.
Yes, thank you much. Have a good day, sir.
You too. Don't call me sir. I mean, it's just Ray. How much older am I than him? You don't have to. Just
not that much by sir.
You know, Ihu, it's okay. You don't have to call me like that. 8:19 in the morning. Do we got the judge?
No.
No.
We have one of our favorites, Charlie Hermosa.
Charlie Hermosa from APL on the line, global presence with a local home. But that's not what I wanted to talk to him about this morning. 8:19 in the morning. And what is the name of the outfit that you're working with? The Drone Army, Drone Crew, Drone Wars? What is?
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Real Joe. It's a NASA space grant program through the University of Guam.
How's it work?
So right now they were able to get a grant, and so they have cohorts that they put out an application process for students that are going through either GCC or UOG to get them into the SAA Part 107 certification pipeline. What that's going to do is that's going to create an ecosystem that would allow the enhancement of having, in-house pilots for UOG for the research and development they're doing. They're doing some great, amazing work with drones, with the research of the coral reef, the mapping. Some great information will be coming out.
Wow!
I think it's amazing what they're doing with the technology and the drones. So being able to have in-house drone pilots is key to the success of the program. So we were able and fortunate and honored to be granted the opportunity to teach these students.
So you got a new cohort. Getting back to the research here, I think that's incredible. Being able to take flight over a reef area and over time be able to see some of the changes to those reefs and what's happening in them for a variety of reasons, body lotions, suntan oils, or maybe just the rising temperatures of the sea. I think that's going to be interesting. And obviously mapping, being able to fly over impenetrable areas of Guam's jungles, maybe finding evidence of lost civilizations.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that thing in there just because it's exciting to me as a hiker. Being able to spot them from the sky and then dispatching dudes like me and Dennis and others to go down there and actually see what's in the boondocks there that nobody's ever been in.
No, and that's actually one of the things that we were working with a group, a German archaeology group down in Palau. So they were actually looking for exactly what you said, sort of like lost civilization out in the Rock Islands, and they were able to determine areas where some of the Rock Islands had areas where it looked like they had boat basins and trails. So it looks like it was inhabited at one point. But again, that's sort of that's sort of the lead that they're going off and trying to pursue exactly, kind of peel away, what the drones and technology will do is kind of peel away the different layers, and that's the magnitude of the technology that's being brought.
Well, I mean, a lot of that has to do with the materials that exist in your payload. So, I'm thinking you go up there with a camera and you get some pretty shots of girls in bikinis on the beaches. That's one thing, but depending on what kind of cameras, infrared, forward-looking infrared, radar, ground-penetrating things, opportunities to be able to use that optical technology, as you say, to peel back the layers of the foliage.
No, absolutely. And to your point, the taking pictures of the pretty, that's, priority number one. And then once we get past that, once we get past that, obviously the technology, LiDAR is really the leading edge right now, LiDAR. But in the new technology that the NASA group is working with UOG is there's a scientist who's out here. I think they presented to the government of Guam their sort of data, not their final results, but they've created something what's called MIDAR. MIDAR is actually it actually penetrates through the water, and the samples that I've seen, they're able to peel off the water. So basically, it's almost like taking away the water out of a fishing tank, and seeing what's left behind. So, when they do sunken vessels.
Let's go. Bro, we need that. Me and you around Cocos Island. Because there substantial stories about old Spanish galleons and things like that sinking from typhoons and storms hundreds of years ago. I know people that spent a lot of time and money and a lot of resources doing significant diving and searches down there for lost Spanish gold. So you're telling me that there's something that we might be able to use to strip away the water and see what's left?
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
It's amazing. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what they're doing. So, the programs that they do have going on at the university it's amazing. So under the Romina King, their program and their students, their researchers, they're doing some amazing work.
This is so next level. The last time we had a conversation, I don't think you were on island, but we were able to talk with a couple of other guys. I mean, one of the big stories that came out a couple of weeks ago was that Anderson Air Force Base, security personnel over at Anderson Air Force Base took steps and actually brought down or caused to be brought down a drone that was flying in federal airspace, military airspace, and it occurred to me, wait a second, there's all kinds of systems that are in place to prevent the drone from even going into the air if it's in that kind of protected space. And I thought, conversation with you about that, but I guess there are ways around it, and maybe there needs to be more awareness among the growing number of drone users here on Guam, where they can't, and should not ever fly their drones.
No, absolutely, and in fact, we Perla is Perla is Guam's FAA drone safety rep here. So it was about a week short of them putting out a safety video, and that's one of the things that they're actually trying to do is sort of build the awareness across, because even to this point, and even as much information that we put out there. There's still some new flyers that haven't gone through any type of training or that don't really clearly understand the areas of no-fly zones. And that's not, we're not only talking about, flying near the airport. I mean, flying near the bases, which is like a double whammy for, whenever we talk to anybody off, on the mainland, it's like, we have like a triple whammy, like we have an airport within 5 miles, and then we have two bases, within close proximity of anything that's close to, neighboring villages. So, but you still have to be able to follow regulations, specifically for near the military installation. That's very critical. The federal offenses, and I think that the FAA is really taking a close look at this. The military is really taking a close look at this, and I think you're most likely going to see more things coming down the pipeline.
Now, we talk about technology, and so the drone goes in the air. Is there technology that can pick out something as small as a drone flying in this restricted airspace? Do they have radar that will identify it? Because, I mean, they're about the same size as a big bird.
There is. And actually, we're actually working on that technology right now. So there's two types of technology, both kinetic, non-kinetic. The kinetic one is, the one you see, and maybe you've seen videos where a drone or some device on the ground will shoot a net or somewhere to be able to capture it's like a hard grab.
Yeah.
A non-kinetic, which is something that we're working on, is a technology that uses spoofing. So basically, we'll command the drone to safely land somewhere, or we'll send commands and messages that would, make the drone think it's somewhere else.
Under somebody else's control. I didn't realize that you could do something like that. I figured there must be some kind of special spread spectrum lock controls to prevent somebody with a similar system from being able to take over your rig. But apparently not. 8:27 in the morning. Very, very cool conversation. Now, you're also the APL guy, so we need to get into a conversation about whether you are beginning to feel things tightening and getting more restrictive with the rising price of the fuel, and even the fuel that you need to be able to bring fuel and commodities from one port to the other. Is there a bright spot in the future? What are you seeing there, Charlie?
Yes, from where I sit right now, I haven't really seen any bright spots right now. We're internally to our company. That's something that's huge, because the reactive that we take. I mean, we try to hedge as much as we can with the fuel prices internal, so that we're purchasing price at a good level. But when it changes on a daily basis, it's tough to stay on top of that. So we've been monitoring it, trying to hedge as much as we can. It seems like the price levels have leveled out somewhat, but we still don't have a clear indication of whether they're going to continue to go up. But at least they've stabilized to a point that we're able to kind of forecast for the next several weeks as far as any spikes in fuel, because the one we took in the last several months, it takes us about maybe 30 to 40 days to actually kind of put that out into the market where we can recoup some of that additional cost. So if we sell it, if we sell something for $1 and now we're paying $1.05,
yeah,
it takes us about 30, 40 days to be able to recoup that extra 5 cents. So it's been a struggle, I think, across the board. I think.
But so we've got the price of oil, and we know that was Biden screwing up. That's and maybe a little bit of this Russia-Ukraine thing. But where else are we? We talked, and it's been a year now. It just seems to be that we have not yet gotten our supply chain concerns as squared away as they need to be, and I think some of that also has to do with the twitchy nature of the government in China. If somebody gets a cold, they're calling it COVID and will shut down entire cities and entire manufacturing operations in those cities. That's got to have an impact on ground transportation. That's got to have an impact on what's happening in the ports of Shanghai and the rest of China.
No, absolutely. And one of the things that I've been keeping an eye on the last couple of weeks.
That's raw material to finished product, right?
Yeah, no, huge. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on sort of what the retailer index is looking like, shipping going into, what are the retailers, how much are they shipping? And there was a little bit of a slowdown about a couple of weeks back, even almost 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
The index kind of dropped, which was basically folks weren't ordering as much as they were online. They weren't really buying too much, and probably indication of when we.
Oh, that's inflation. That's inflation talking right there, and that's one of the reasons why everybody's thinking that we're going to be pushing into a recession, and people aren't going to be buying as much with their disposable income, because so much of their disposable income has now turned into requirements for transportation, fuel, energy, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so, but now the double-edged sword of that one is, right, so it would give us, that's a good time to kind of put everything in place. We saw equipment loosening up. We had equipment availability across the world. But now, we're in July, and we're already starting to talk about back to school. We're already talking about holiday.
Yeah.
We're looking at holiday orders. You're going to start seeing Halloween items coming in because folks are ordering ahead of time. So the rush to be first in line to be able to get these finished goods, we're starting to see that again. And, again, I think we're going to start seeing a little bit of a tie-up in Asia as we head into August, because, cycle.
Because they are going to be consumer driven, and not everybody is counting pennies like you and I might be these days. 8:31 in the morning. Charlie, it's always a delight talking with you. I hope I get to see you soon.
Yep, absolutely, always.
All right, buddy. Talk to you later then. Charlie here, mostly from American President. Actually, we did see each other recently. He was one of the stars over at Cousin Troy's party not that long ago.
Yeah.
8:32 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. A lot to talk about here. Before Donna takes off, though, I did want to take care of some celebrity birthdays. We have not touched on any celebrity birthdays. A lot of musicians, a couple of musicians in the celebrity birthday realm. And when I'm thinking about musicians here, I do want to make sure that this story is taken care of. And that is, as anybody, how is Carlos Santana? And the answer is Carlos Santana is doing okay. I got word from his wife. He's apparently collapsed. He collapsed.
You got word from his wife?
Yeah, well,
okay.
yeah,
Ray.
through Fox News. I got
see.
word from his wife. Carlos Santana's wife shares update after legendary guitarist collapses during the concert. Now, I'm glad to hear he's okay. As it turns out, it's like 100 degrees on the stage, and not a whole lot of. He didn't hydrate properly, and he's a very energetic performer, and so he just kind of had an effect of the heat. He's not a young guy anymore, and collapsed on stage. But then there was another part of the story that I looked at and said, "Oh my God, what a dream concert!" All right, so he was doing this concert and is now touring with Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, you had me at Earth.
Can you imagine being, in the arena and the two big acts, right? Carlos Santana and Earth, Wind, and Fire. Wouldn't that be, what a dream come true. I've seen Earth, Wind, and Fire. I saw them in the Philippines a few years ago and absolutely loved the show. And it was I can't recall how we lucked into it, but they were in a really, really small venue at the little concert venue. Yeah. And there couldn't have been any more than about 500 people in the room. And big Earth, Wind, and Fire. The stage was right there. There was a whole section that wasn't sold out, and so they just said, "Okay, you guys in the back, you can all sit here if you want to." And we went from the back kind of sides of this venue, still pretty good, over the distance between you and I. The distance between you and I and Earth, Wind, and Fire. So, yeah, okay, good. Carlos Santana is okay and back on tour, I suppose, in the next couple of days with Earth, Wind, and Fire. Celebrity birthdays include Doc Severinsen, the horn player from The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, is 95 years old.
Wow.
I know. I think he's the last survivor of the maybe the greatest late-night talk show of all time. Ringo Starr turns 82 years old today. One of the last of the Beatles.
Oh, that's right.
Him and Paul McCartney, yep. Dave Hodo of the Village People.
Which one was he, Ray?
The construction worker.
Oh.
He was the one with the
wasn't my favorite.
Hard hat like Jess Mendiola.
Yeah.
All right, he's out there. He's 75 years old today. One of the original disco kings. Shelley Duvall turns 23 years old. I'm looking to see if there's any other names I recognize on this. The kid from Sleepless in Seattle, Ross Malinger. Are you ready for this? The little kid, Sleepless in Seattle. Is 38 years old today. If you're looking for something to celebrate, may I give you a couple? Donna, may I? What do you think? Okay, it's a chocolate day today. Among my favorites. I used to be one of these guys that'd go to the store, get a big bag of chocolate, and then a couple of days later, I'd be empty, and I had to go back to the store and buy some more chocolate. I generally will buy a bar of chocolate, Cadbury Fruit and Nut. Thank you very much. Good stuff, right?
So
it
rich.
is. But what I do is I break off a couple of pieces and then I put the chocolate bar back in the refrigerator because I've discovered over the years.
Good boy.
Yeah, I don't need to eat a lot of chocolate. Just a little bit of chocolate takes care of the craving, and then I'm good after that. It's Father-Daughter Take a Walk Together Day, Global Forgiveness Day, Dive Bar Day. Everybody got a favorite dive bar. One of the places you go to because you're never going to get found there. It's the last place they'd look. And there was a time I was between girlfriends in like that's rare. But where was I? It was in late 80s, early 90s. And I didn't want to get found. I want to go out, but I didn't want to get found. And somebody turned me onto a place in Harmon called the Tokyo Tower. Are you familiar with it?
No.
No.
I thought you were going to say Red Baron.
No. That was my spot too, bro. On my way home, always stop off at Frank and Anna's place over at Red Baron. Yeah, that was there. There was a bar, but I don't want to call that. I don't know if I could call that a dive bar. There was a huge crowd in there virtually every night, and one of the reasons why was because in the heyday of the Red Baron, they were open at not too far away from what was the main gate of NAS. But it wasn't NAS anymore. It was, at the time, there was a whole bunch of Gov Guam in there. So, dude, that was the Rev and Tax spot. So all the guys, the Fukuda and his crew and all the rest, that was where they'd go for happy hour and pool was there over at Red Baron. There was another spot that was popular while it was NAS, also early 90s, place called Chartese. Do you remember Chartese?
Yes.
Yeah, that was one of the great karaoke bars on Route 8. And there used to be lots of bars on Route 8 because Naval Air Station was still open on Route 8. And guys would come off base and hang out and sing karaoke songs with us over at the Chartese.
All the pilots.
Yeah. No, it's great. lot of Navy wives, bro. A lot of Navy wives, right? Just
hug and kiss to the wife.
Yeah, hug and a kiss to the wife, bro. 8:37 in the morning. Donnie, you ready with that last big look at news and headlines? All right, give it a second. We got to play commercials first.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dedo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Come on, baby. Yes. 8:39, Ray Gibson Show. And sorry, I was reading a WhatsApp message. Had to do with Henry Taitano in the Guam Daily Post. But I can say no more. I'm one of those guys that can keep a secret. I think that's why a lot of people trust me with their secrets for the most part. Just don't ask about the wife.
Yeah.
Right on. Talk to your wife. Talk to me before you talk to your wife. Where are we now? 8:39 in the morning, and we ought to probably take our long last look at big news and headlines. Donna D, what happened?
31-year-old Chad Anthony Juanico has denied allegations that he beat a USS Ronald Reagan sailor unconscious outside of a Tuman club last month. Juanico pleaded not guilty in Superior Court yesterday. Court documents state that Juanico was caught on video surveillance 2 weeks ago, punching the sailor nearly a dozen times before he fled from the scene. The sailor was rushed to Naval Hospital for treatment. Juanico has been charged with aggravated assault, resisting arrest, and driving while impaired. In Guam, Customs and Quarantine and law enforcement have observed a spike in illegal entry into Guam by boat from the CNMI in the last several months. Last month, several Chinese nationals have been linked to the red boat that was found abandoned on the shore of Tuman Bay. Customs Director Ike Perez says several people were located. Guam Customs is asking the community to report any vessels landing near Guam reefs and shores by calling 642-8071. And the USPS recently announced planned price increase. The higher prices will be charged starting on July 10. The price of a first-class forever stamp will increase by 2 cents from 58 cents to 60 cents. The metered mail rate for first-class 1-ounce letters will increase by 4 cents from 53 to 57 cents, and postcard stamps will increase by 4 cents from 40 cents to 44. The prices of other services like registered mail, signature confirmation, return receipt, and certified mail will also be impacted. The current 58-cent rate can be locked in by purchasing forever stamps before the price increase takes effect. And Police Chief Stephen Ignacio has asked the Mayor's Council of Guam for assistance in the new Community Crimes Task Force. GPD Captain Kim Santos says Guam's drug use problem is closely connected with the rise in thefts and break-ins that the task force has been tracking. Ignacio notes the current problem of residents posting crimes on social media or a community chat group, but not calling the police or filling out a official report so officers could respond, investigate, or make an arrest. And that was your last look at headlines on The Point.
All right, this is the way you do it, Chief. This is the way. What you want to do, as an example, I'm an MTM guy, right? And we have an MTM WhatsApp group among all of the, as many of the concerned members of the village. There is also in the group that I am in a guy, and I don't want to say he works for the WhatsApp group, but he's a volunteer that I know of, and he drives around at night and basically goes on patrol. And so if he sees guys out there, snap some video of them, get some pictures, and all of that kind of thing. And there's a little report that he will provide. This street is open. This street is clear. There's foot traffic over here. That kind of thing. So there's actually somebody out there actively surveilling. All right. And I think that every village has got somebody like that. So here's what
I hope so, man.
So all right. So there's a BS position in the governor's office called a digital engagement manager. All right, and I have no idea really what Logan does for a living, other than listening to all the radio stations and noting down the things that we say about the governor or him or whatever. But he's engaged digitally with the media, whatever that is. So the police department needs to have a digital engagement manager there. It is the guy that is in every WhatsApp group there is. Every village WhatsApp group, and every village has got an official one. There's an unofficial ones where they're novena exchanges and happy birthday all day long and all that other crap. But there are some serious WhatsApp watch groups. So you take the guy from the police department, and that's his gig, is to be there with all of these different chat groups. And so as something pops up in a village, they're able to see it and be able to respond to it. If there's a lot of activity going on, they'd be able to see it in real time as part of the broadcast that go on in these WhatsApp groups. I mean, in my mind, that's a simple procedure. And it needs to go in the other direction as well. So you've got things that emanate from the police department. I'm doing this with my hands. It emanates from the police department. I've never done this with my hands.
Italian, man.
It's one. No, it's one. I can feel there's a substance there. I'm not sure what it is. It's kenosis, man. But anyway, so you'd have the guy broadcasting from inside the police department things that they are seeing, things that people ought to be watching out for. As an example, there was that guy with the carrot top. You know who I'm talking about? I still don't know. Orange head, right? Orange, and he was on the lam. And last I heard, he was in my village. But we got that from inside the chat group, and so that was kind of organic. But it would be great if the guy says so and so is on the lam, and here's the pictures. The post office pictures. I don't know that there is a direct link between the police department and these village network size WhatsApp groups, and that's what I'm calling for. $75,000 a year, I'll do it.
Easy.
$75,000 a year. I'll do that from my bar stool at the Tokyo Tavern. 8:45 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Are there any other problems I need to solve? Yes. All right. So I was talking the other day about our need to build a new Department of Corrections. And the question has always been about funding. But it seems to me that when a policeman writes a ticket because you're speeding or drunk driving or DWK?
Yeah,
driving,
DUI.
No, driving while intoxicated.
Oh, that's...
You know how that is, right?
Yeah.
So when you get pulled over and you get a ticket, a portion of that goes to the Judicial Building Fund.
A portion? Or all of it?
A big chunk of it.
I think all of it.
I don't know. I'd have to check with His Honor when we get him on the air. But it seems to me that maybe the cops might be a little bit more invested in this and actually write a whole lot more tickets if they knew that every ticket they wrote was going to generate some money to build a new Department of Corrections. So all of these Adam Henrys that they pick up, all these dudes and a growing number of women that they collar, have got someplace safe, someplace efficient, someplace new, and someplace they're less likely to be able to escape from. I'm just saying, let's see if we can figure out how we can get more money to support the buildup of a new Department of Corrections facility. 8:46 in the morning. Solved a couple of big problems there. I'm spent. I better take a break. Be right back.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
I love BK Chicken Fries. Chicken Fries Friday is back. Every Friday in July, visit any participating Burger King and say, I love BK Chicken Fries. And get a free 9-piece chicken fries with the purchase of a chicken fries combo meal. Perfect for dipping in our barbecue, honey mustard, ranch, zesty, and sweet and sour sauces. Top off your chicken fries with jalapeno bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Come and join our celebration every Friday at BK in Tumon Bay, Hagåtña at the Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
You'll remember it was a couple of weeks ago now that Mary Torres and Vice Speaker Tina Rose, as Bob Klitsky says, Munga Barnes, decided to send a letter off to the Attorney General's office when Roe v. Wade was overturned in the Dobbs case. They said, well, what does this mean for abortion here on Guam? What's the big deal? What's the story? What are we going to do about this? And we'd predicted that there would be a certain amount of lollygagging disguised as study. And so the guys over at the Attorney General's office have penned basically 9 pages of paperwork here saying why 20-134 is not the trigger piece that some people thought that it was going to be. But we talked with the former Attorney General Doug Moylan about this earlier today. Also, Attorney General candidate Doug Moylan about this earlier today, and he said it was a little bit broad, a little bit of an overreach. The conclusion that they got to, which is, you don't have to go too far in this if you were wondering about grabbing a copy and reading it. Legal opinion regarding Public Law 20-134 and Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. The Dobbs decision, the Attorney General says, is clear. It is for the legislature to decide abortion regulation, not the judiciary, not the executive branch of government. And he goes on, and there's more to this, but I thought, there's another guy that might want to chime in on the conversation and maybe guide me in my interpretation of the paperwork that the Attorney General's office put together. Pete Santos is on the line, a.k.a. Repeat from the afternoon show. Good morning, Pete.
Good morning, Ray. At the risk of repeating, like we said from the beginning, or like it has been said from the beginning, this would be ministerial. There's no thinking that's supposed to be involved.
It's funny that you say that. It's funny because that's what we're laying down on the concept of ab initio in the paperwork that the Attorney General has put out in the beginning.
Remember what happened was that there was an injunction. It never actually got decided, Ray. And so what happens now is since the environment has changed, then you just release the dam and allow the water to flow as it will.
Well,
right?
It makes it sound like he's making the judgment because it was in violation of the Constitution at the time. Then there's no such thing as PL 20-134.
Right, but there was no determination whether it was constitutional or not. It got.
No, he just did it. He just did it when he put this. When he did this, yeah. There was an injunction, but he's now saying that it was outside of the bounds of the Constitution at its face in the beginning of it. Therefore, it's there's nothing to lift an injunction on.
So we follow that logic, Ray. Next time you get in trouble, tell the police officer, well, this is not technically a crime, so you can't arrest me.
Don't arrest me.
I'll decide whether or not I committed a crime.
Yes, exactly. So that's his conclusion, and it's written on page 2. The short answer is PL 20-134 violated the Constitution and the Organic Act when it was passed and is therefore void ab initio. So never mind. We didn't need to actually take this into a court back in 1990 whatever. We'll just do it now.
Yeah. I'm not taking sides on this. I'm just saying that his role is ministerial. He's supposed to just remove the stop so that it can continue to flow like it was supposed to. It was going to travel a course, right, back in 1990.
Correct.
But then the district court put a stop. They say permanent injunction, but permanent injunctions are never permanent, right? They can always be removed, right? So indefinite injunction maybe would be more the correct description. But so now that we're at this juncture, then what needs to happen is that it just needs to go take its natural course, and he's standing in the way of that, and that's not right.
With this action, which is kind of inaction, which is what everybody predicted what was going to take place. There was going to be lollygagging. I'm referring to this as the Attorney General's 10-foot pole, just trying to stay away from this as much as possible. But you're right; it does put a dampening effect on the motion of the measure that was in question. But what is not
right? But there's always alternative actions, right? And that is that the legislature can do exactly what you were saying earlier, is they can just reintroduce the bill.
Exactly.
And yeah.
But wait. So therein lies the other, because we've set ourselves up in a situation where the legislature, the brain power of the legislature, with their 10-foot pole, and now remember, there's 15 of them running for re-election, so everybody's got a 10-foot pole in their hands right now, and they're going to push this issue as far away from the primary election and the general election as possible. And in fact, it would not surprise me if they didn't figure out a way to keep this thing behind a roadblock until the inauguration of the 37th Guam legislature.
Yeah, it reminds me of elementary school when they made us play hot potato.
It is hot potato. It is absolutely hot potato. But, there are people that are clamoring for some kind of an action on it right now on either side of the issue. I mean, they just had a rally protest yesterday.
Yeah, but Doug Moylan says, give me that potato and give me some butter.
Yeah, well, he's got coconuts, but think about the people over at the legislature, and some of them, maybe in desperate political fight desperate fights for their political lives right now. The last thing that they need is to figure out, somebody handing them an issue that they realize that half of the population on Guam is on one side and the other half, and they're venomous towards each other. They're anathema to each other, and down they're going to have to pick a side. And taking some kind of an action is picking the side.
Right, and what should happen, Ray, is that they should let the 1990 law take its course, and then let the court get involved and see what's going to happen. Now it's the Supreme Court has thrown the ball into the state courts, right? So now our Supreme Court would reign supreme on this issue. So they should allow the law to be adjudicated at our Supreme Court, and then the legislature will react the way it will. Either they'll let the ruling stand, or they'll do something to fix it. But the Attorney General standing in the way of that is
prevents it from being able to go into the court for some kind of a definitive ruling. And I think the ruling based on the Dobbs case is going to be that there is nothing wrong with this piece of legislation. The other question that Mary and Tina were asking in their letter to the Attorney General, and I don't know that it is addressed in this, is what about the referendum? There was a referendum with a specific date in the 20-134 piece of legislation.
In the military, we call that OBE, overcome by events. In other words, it came and went, and oh well, just that's in the rearview mirror now, Ray.
Understand, but could an argument be made that a referendum should be held? And this is another version. This is the other end of the 10-foot pole that the legislature is going to hold. Is we'll go ahead and adopt this, reintroduce the legislation, and reintroduce it with a new referendum date, i.e., November 2022.
Yeah, that's just professional punting, I guess. But
dude, what have we seen from this legislative body in the last 2 years?
Yeah, they have a what do you call it? Appetite for punt cake, not bunt cake, but
punt cake. Sure. Well, you know, if they take any kind of action at all.
Right. All right, Ray. That's. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there. You know,
well,
it just doesn't make sense what Lieben is doing, not just on this issue, but on his non-action on going after a lot of issues. Right, you know me. I always circle back to Michael Sinikolas. Right, he declined. He declined to go after Michael Sinikolas when he screwed Gura, when Michael Sinikolas screwed Gura. So, you know, and by the way, the
selective prosecution.
The people of Guam's going to have to foot that over $100,000 that Mike and his dad pilfered out of Gura.
8:57 in the morning. Can I bring just one more topic from this letter back in here? There's reference to Section 1423A of the Organic Act, and I think they're trying to draw a distinction and where the responsibilities of this kind of legislation would lie. And I think he's using 1423A in an unusual way to say that this is the legislature's problem, not the governor of Guam or not the executive branch.
Well, you know, the Organic Act has changed, and also interpretations of that section have changed. So we have to probably re-examine it.
But isn't that the same section, though, that gives the governor these broad public health emergency powers?
Right. Like I said, our interpretations of that have changed over the years. So we'd have to look at it with a fresh lens.
Huh. Can we look at it with the lens that says that the governor does not have supreme universal power in times of a public health emergency?
Right. Well, that's an issue that the legislature had the opportunity to go to battle, but they punted.
Again, 10-foot poles. 10-foot poles. And you get 15 of them, so it's a 150-foot pole pushing back against any kind of action on issues that people give a damn about in this community. Paper bags. We got paper bags, man.
Let's circle back. Ray Gibson for emperor.
CEO. Emperor's got this sound like I'd be, kind of going it alone from the throne, but I'd prefer to be CEO. And get guys that don't agree with me and that are smarter than me, all surrounding me to make sure that we are moving in the correct direction, as opposed to a bunch of horse holders, poll clickers, and nose pickers. That's where I see my leadership.
All right, Ray.
Now you have a fantastic day. Be listening for you and Bob Klitsky later on.
What's that?
Yes, amigo. 888-8255-888-TALK. 9 o'clock in the morning, pretty soon here, seconds away from Fox News. We'll try to catch it on time here this morning, at least in this hour, but all kinds of other stuff to talk about. You might be wondering if there's anything that is close to my portion of the program that I like to call what is it?
Small talk.
Small talk portion of the program, what I got coming up. There's some really, really great news surrounding a lady named Brogan Walker. And I want to spend some time talking about that in the next hour. Here's Fox.
Confessions from an accused mass shooter. I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. Authorities in Highland Park, Illinois say the man charged with killing 7 people at a 4th of July parade confessed to the crime. More from Fox's Garrett Tenney.
Investigators say the accused gunman planned the 4th of July attack for weeks. He dressed like a woman to blend into the crowd, wrapped his rifle in a red blanket, and used a fire escape to climb up to the roof of a local business where he fired more than 70 rounds. We are also learning the suspect passed 4 separate background checks to buy guns in 2020 and 2021, despite police flagging him as a clear and present danger in 2019.
Robert Cremo also reportedly told police he fled to Wisconsin and planned to carry out another shooting there, but changed his mind after deciding he wasn't fully prepared. Another scathing assessment of the police response to the mass shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas.
The report from the Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Center at Texas State University revealed an officer did see the teenage shooter approach the school but did not fire as he waited for a supervisor's go-ahead. Body cam footage, interviews, and in-school video led to the finding. The head of Texas Public Safety called the response an abject failure, blaming much of it on Uvalde Schools Police Chief Pete Arredondo, who was criticized as making terrible decisions in the report. Other criticisms, failing to set up a command, and officers inside not checking for a locked door.
Fox's Gernal Scott, 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in the attack. Former President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, is scheduled to testify Friday before the House committee investigating the Capitol riot. Other witnesses testified about Cipollone resisting Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election. A person briefed on the matter tells the Associated Press Cipollone agreed to a private, transcribed interview. America is listening to Fox News.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Get ready to save up and chow down with Pacific Points. Now you can redeem Pacific Points for Uno Go wallet credits and enjoy huge savings on food delivery. Order from over 80 restaurants and have it delivered straight to your door. Continue earning points when you fuel up at Shell, shop at Foodies, purchase ITN prepaid load, and pay your monthly ITN bill. Then get ready to claim your rewards. Learn more at PacificPoints.com. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Wall Street closing in positive territory after investors learned the Federal Reserve plans to continue raising a key interest rate.
The minutes from the central bank's latest policy meeting in June reveal that Fed members see an interest rate hike of 0.5 percentage point to 0.75 percentage point at its next meeting in July to tame hot inflation. Central bankers said that raising the benchmark borrowing rates by 0.75 percentage point in June was necessary to control cost of living increases running at their highest level since 1981. The minutes also reveal that there is the possibility that an even more restrictive stance would be appropriate if elevated inflation pressures were to persist. Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
A large abortion provider in Texas plans to relocate to New Mexico after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Other providers are also looking to move or expand operations to New Mexico as neighboring states restrict or outright ban the procedure. New Mexico expects an influx of people seeking access to abortion after Democratic Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham signed an executive order protecting patients and providers from out-of-state prosecutions. Two-time Wimbledon champ Rafael Nadal moves a step closer to a third title.
Nadal showed what true champions are made of. Down 2-1 and coping with a painful abdomen, Nadal came through with a 5-set triumph over American Taylor Fritz.
For a lot of moments, I was thinking maybe I will not be able to finish the match, but I don't know. The court, the energy is something else. So, yeah, thanks for that.
That's courtesy of the BBC. Nadal is 19-0 in majors this year. He reached the Wimbledon semifinals for the 8th time. His next opponent is Australian Nick Kyrgios. Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Start your scrambling. The running of the bulls in Pamplona, Spain returns tomorrow after a 2-year hiatus because of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm Steve Rappaport, and this is Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh brings you the sequel to the Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Enjoy the new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki. Delight your taste buds with tender, juicy steak marinated in the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce and stacked high on toasted artisan Italian bread, topped with American cheese, green peppers, red onions, and drizzled with the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce. The new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki is the height of food craveability. Give in to your cravings at Subway. Eat fresh.
As part of our ongoing commitment to keeping you connected, GTA is proud to participate in the Affordable Connectivity Program. The Affordable Connectivity Program, or ACP, provides eligible households with a $30 credit toward internet or mobile services. And now, if you qualify for ACP, you can get internet for as low as $28 a month. We're making it simple for both new and existing customers to apply this credit toward GTA internet and mobile services. To see if you qualify, visit gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo. Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Crank it up. Do it. 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines. A global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by the team over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. It's more than a website. It's a portal to fun, ladies and gentlemen. Get in there. Have a good time trying to figure out which one of the incredible Nissan cars is the one that's going to fit your life, your lifestyle, maybe even your business. And then once you have selected, then we work on the deal. And right now, the deal that gets you in the door today is 0 down payment. Huh? We know, hey, it's a tough time. When Phil Flores says, I'm taking shorter showers to preserve the hot water, then you know that these are going to be kind of economically dicey times. People are taking those kind of radical steps, and they know, so they're taking a big radical step. 0 down payment, easy financing, and interest rates as low as 1.99% APR. Deals, conditions apply, terms and conditions. Find out about the T's and C's at NissanGuam.com today.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
On. What again? Another hour left of the program. I like to refer to it as the small talk portion of the show, but every once in a while we'll get into some weighty matters around here. I would check the email while the Fox News was playing, and there was a blurb there from Mary Torres, Camacho Torres' office. But what it was it was Lehman Camacho's letter. I was kind of hoping that there would be something from her that said, "Thanks a lot." Because basically that can be the only response that's left to us here. Not I'm going to go and have the permanent injunction lifted, and then we can fight it out in the courts or whatever. Just just here's the deal. As I see it, as we interpret it, the Dobbs decision is clear. This is a legislative issue to decide abortion regulation, not the judiciary, not the executive branch of the government. It is up to the legislature. And in doing so, as you heard Pete and I talking about in the last couple of minutes, in the last hour of the program, in doing so, basically says that we didn't need to lift the injunction and let them fight it out in court as to the constitutionality, the legality of PL 20-134. So you guys do it, and there are options. They can live with the what is the law that we have now come out in 1978, or we can take 20-134, update it, and then resubmit it to the legislature, turn it into a new bill, and then vote on it, and then send it to the governor's office, and then we'll just watch and see what happens after that. Are there other options that are before the legislature? I'm sure there's a couple others that we could dream up here. But will they do anything? Will they do anything? And I hate to leave these pregnant, awkward pauses in there, but, it's my recollection over the last couple of years and over the last couple of versions of the legislature that we've had in the last 4 years or so, that I don't know that they have got the political coconuts to want to engage in something like this. Well, I can see a whole lot of, we accused Lehman Camacho of lollygagging, but at least he finally got an answer out within a reasonable amount of time between the Dobbs overturn He got an answer. You might not like it, but he came up with something. All right, well, if that's the reality of the situation where we are at right now, then what next? Is there going to be a rush to action? You know, the rush to action is generally reserved for things that will, almost positively determine that they're going to get some kind of vote. But I don't think that there's, a whole lot. I don't know that there's a whole lot of ways for any members of the legislature to wrap themselves up in glory here with this abortion debate. So how will they lollygag? How will they delay the game? I mean, how long of a timeout are we going to give them? And when I say we, I mean all of us on either side of the abortion debate. And it's an interesting debate to get into. I was, involved in a little bit of the debate over the weekend. And, there are intense feelings on both sides of it and intense debates that have to take place. But are they going to happen? Are we going to say, all right, we're going to take 20-134 and turn it into a creation of the 36 Guam legislature? Or are they going to try to run out the clock on this one? 50 days between now and the prime.
Only, huh?
50. So
let's talk about it later.
Come on, Gupanadza. Hey, I got a sore throat right now. Can you hear a little bit of gravel in the voice here this morning and a little bit of nasal congestion?
Yeah,
I
just abort the conversation for a minute.
I don't feel up to it right now. Next time. And just hope to God that there is another issue that pops up that might be able to, but it ain't, kids. This is it. Election year issue. We now have crime that is a top-of-mind issue for the voters, all of the voters on Guam. We've got the rising cost of everything except drugs at top of mind for people on Guam. And it is the economy. It is crime. It is all of these kitchen table issues that have been crying out for attention that we haven't gotten yet. And now there is abortion. And I tell you what, the pro-abortion people and the pro-life people want you to do something, and we want you to do it quick. You've had, what time does this come out? Yesterday afternoon? I mean, it took me a minute, 2 minutes to read the whole thing, reread it again to make sure that I was getting all the pertinent parts. It ain't going to take that long for one of your analysis guys at the legislature to read this thing and then plot out a course of action. So, all right, Thursday. Maybe tomorrow, a plan. Maybe Monday, a plan. And they're going to go, oh, man, we can't. We got to work on the legislature float for the parade. I'm be looking at the time. We don't have enough time. Roe versus Wade. Who's got time for that? I got to go.
The Santa Maria.
We got to go base and buy candy. Let's go base and buy good candy on base. not the good stuff, boy. The one you buy individually, not by the pound. Come on, because the government's fat with cash. So there, as I say in this hour, go we on this story. You want to talk about it, you're welcome to. If you don't, I don't care. 888-825-5888-TALK. I was very fortunate a few weeks ago to interview Brogan Walker. And I cannot tell you what a delight that was. I mean, a young, intelligent lady. And, I talk about lumberjack girlfriends, right?
Yeah.
That's
the ones that's going to paddle the paddleboard for you.
Yes. Where she's in the back doing the paddle thing, and I'm in the front and sitting with my back resting on a big-ass Yeti cooler. That's what I'm talking about. You see some of these girls out there, and they got a dog or something like that and a bottle of wine. No. Yeah. This is the, you start talking about, great expectations. There we go. But as it turns out, I'm not likely to bring that up as a subject with her because she's big enough to kick my ass. Brogy Walker, purebred BJJ Guam black belt and professional female MMA fighter, 7-2, has advanced to the Ultimate Fighter 30. Pena versus Nunes season finale. She's made it all the way through.
Wow.
She's made it all the way.
I just got chills,
right?
man.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Defeated Laura Gallardo via unanimous decision in the semifinals, earning her a chance at winning a contract with the UFC.
This is huge.
This is major. Walker's opponents, I don't know anything about UFC and the MMAs, but I can read. This is a big deal to get a contract with the UFC. Walker's opponent in the finale is yet to be announced. The Ultimate Fighter 30 airs every Wednesday on ESPN and UFC Fight Pass. Now, I ain't got UFC, and I don't have the ESPN, so I couldn't tell. I've unfortunately been unable to watch an episode of this. Let me know if it's on Netflix or where I might be able to, use my VPN and tunnel in someplace. Can I, borrow your password for the UFC Fight Pass?
Yeah.
You got?
No.
No, okay.
But I'm working on getting her to call in tomorrow morning.
That would be groovy. Yeah. That would be groovy. Love to hear what she's got to say. I know the way it works with some of these programs. There's a big embargo, and you have to sign paperwork and promise to be able to keep a secret and things like that. And obviously, it being the finale and another fight in front of her, the outcome has been determined. We don't know what it is, and they're not going to tell anybody, and they're not going to let her tell me. But still, there's an incredible journey that has continued to take place even past that interview, and frankly, I'd love to hear about it. And, there's myth and legend of Brogy Bear, and, just you are of the feeling, I almost want to say, if this wasn't, I don't know, restricted to ESPN Plus and UFC Fight Pass. You know what this is? This is Manny Pacquiao. You ever watch Manny? And, it's like for the entire duration of the fight, you go, I'm Filipino now.
Yes.
I have adopted the Filipinos. I am one of you now. We are countrymen.
Yes.
I'm
waving that flag, too.
Because, we're all within a couple hours of the time zone, right? And we like the same food. Everybody's got a Filipino bestie, right? So it's like, yeah. So, you go in and you start cheering. Guys, this is our Manny. The Brogy is our Manny Pacquiao. And we've got to find ways to support her. So I guess they're going to have another one of these things, at least one more episode. Is that the right way to?
I think so.
You think? Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm throwing a lot of these kind of questions out there, hoping that Lloyd Kubakab calls in and says, one more big show, viewing party at whatever, so-and-so's house. Ooh. Whose house would we watch it at? Whose house should we watch it at? Somebody's got, big TV, like my friend Stephen Applegate's got big TV.
Oh.
So we go over and watch it at his place?
Beer?
I don't think, I think there's, the backyard is ample size for barbecue. There ought to be a thing. There ought to be viewing parties. There ought to be, and then when this is all done, the Brogy ball caps and T-shirts and, whatever.
All the
stuff.
The gear,
Yeah. You know what I'd like?
Swag.
I'd like Brogy Walker, what's the kind of shirt? Silkies.
Oh, yeah.
Brogy Walker, yeah. So a friend of mine actually gave me a pair of Silkies. They were a red, white, and blue, kind of Roy Gamboa style, red, white, and blue
like
Silkies. Now, one of the guys, and I can't remember who it is, always refers to them as seal panties.
Really?
Yeah. and
They are soft, Ray.
Well, they're very, very nice. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it, but the way that the label actually said something along the lines of I should have thrown it away. I shouldn't have taken a picture of it. But something along the lines of panties. And I thought, well, this and it clearly said men's panties, I think is what it said. In red, white, and blue. Maybe there's, I'm fond of saying we don't own the language, but apparently, and there are apparently places that we do.
Does the tag say do not remove under government penalty?
No, it did not. I'm sorry. I'm just reading a couple of other interesting things. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Got something you want to talk about? By all means, do that. Other ways to get a hold of me here include checking us out on the Facebook Live and the YouTube side to see what everybody else happens to be talking about. I got the Tina Phil Med there, Jose Tetpago, Penny Cruz, and Bill Marino watching the program here on the screens. I see Dave Duane Duenas, Dave Rowley, Belen Siddell, sorry, I should have said Biba when I said Dave Duenas, Yvonne Tykenko online, Frank Perez, and this goes back to a conversation that we were having with Harvey Egna about the bright flash and what's going to be required. Frankie Perez says it will take one EMP blast, 2 nuclear ground blasts to render Guam useless. Our intel community knows this is unbeknownst to us. We're actually well defended. Before North Korea even activate their missiles, they will be destroyed before they get off the ground. If it all fails, then turn over, kiss the ground, and your you-know-what goodbye. Frankie Shizaki is there, Dave Lessard, Melissa Jean Mano. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Jose Martinez says, I went around and asked several people if they had any concerns about being bombed by North Korea. Young people were very concerned, while every Manumko says, nah, I'm good with God, no matter what happens. Sleeper cells, I suspect, are already here, says Frank Perez. Some may have already been among us. Joe Jerry, Buenos Aires, Dona Mila Louise Taitegui is online. Hani Ibrahim. Welcome to the program. Marie Babauta Balbin watching the show. Elfried Spangler, Hoffa to Jesse Ninetti Aurelio, Daniel Mereco, Jeff Cruz, Bill Weber is right there, Sally Higgins, Bob and Connie Bartonico, and Dave Matanotnia, Jess and May Borja. Good to see you there, Jess. It's been a while. Last time we got together. Yeah. Watching people drink and play Frisbee over at Jimmy D's. Sally Sell, Therese Uggan, Hoffa Chech, Susan Ho online. So is Mary Park and Francis Sunga. Brian Kitsitsu watching online here, as well as a growing number of people. Joey Toves and John D.C.S. Macho. C.S. Macho? Okay, John. Go back and start all over again and put a picture on your thing. 9:21 in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK. Read a bunch of bits and pieces from today's Guam Daily Post. As usual, an interesting commentary from Dr. Ron McNinch on Thursdays. He's published again, and this time the writing is on the wall and takes, I suppose, a little bit of offense at something that we read a couple of times yesterday, a post that I didn't realize it has disappeared from the Guam Bureau of Women's Affairs Facebook page. Good morning, Ron.
Hey, happy day, Ray. Happy day, Guam.
So did they in fact take that down?
I think they did. I'm not sure if they took it down or if they just unposted it. But I after you read it yesterday and you read it, when I was talking to you. I read it myself. I dug it up on another link below because they'd already altered it. And, it was very incredible.
Well, it's incredible because it comes under the banner of a government department. It comes under the agency of the Bureau of Women's Affairs. And so it would appear that this is the stated position of the government of Guam, or at least Adelup, and that is that Christians shouldn't be all high and mighty about the Dobbs ruling.
Right, but also it was just in poor taste. I mean, the whole tenor of the posting and again, anybody can say anything they want to say, but this was on, I guess, the official site for them.
Jane should have posted that up on her personal site, if her personal Facebook page or Instagram or whatever. I think it was extremely inappropriate. I thought the whole thing, as you said, in poor taste, but inappropriate on a Government of Guam website. As inappropriate as the statement, "You're not the victims, you're the vectors." I thought that was in poor taste and inappropriate when it came out.
And there are other angles that, and again, I don't know who posted it on their website, but
well, there's only 3 people that work there.
Yeah, so whoever posted it, they should not have posted it. But I think also there's another point, and that is, so does this mean that the Bureau of Women's Affairs doesn't want to help Christians?
Christians are bad.
When you trash talk Christians, does that mean, okay, Christians are no longer welcome? I mean, these are the kinds of echoes that happen when government agencies do these kinds of things. Because, you suddenly set the tone of how you're going to view people who want to come get services from you.
Well, I mean, if it wasn't obvious before, this administration is quite the abortion-loving administration. But apparently they're getting a pass from the church, and their church is going to let them have a procession before the parade with Our Lady of Camelin.
Yeah, I in that post that we talked about yesterday, I didn't like it. I thought it was just wrong. I think that people can believe anything they want to believe, and so there are people who are in the Muslim religion who do not like abortion. There are Hindus who don't like abortion. This is not a one-channel religious issue, and even if it were, it would be inappropriate to talk about it in that sort of way, because people and whatever religion they have, it should not be They should not be penalized at a government level for having beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, but could this have been rewritten and eliminate the phrase Christian, the word Christian? If you're happy about Roe v. Wade getting overturned, and then talk about try as much as possible to dilute this and not use the word Christian. The joy you're feeling from Roe v. Wade getting overturned isn't because God has worked. What you're feeling is a perverted sense of self-satisfaction. I mean, is there a way that they could have done that and just said, if you're a person that is happy about this, it's not because we're saving lives, it's because you were able to exert your own control. That's basically what it says. I mean, dragging the Christians into it, as you said, is in very, very poor taste.
Yeah. And not only that, I have higher expectations for our leaders than this.
They're not our leaders. These people are not my leaders.
Well, again, whoever the leaders are, they need to have more boundaries than what I saw in that post.
Yeah, well, somebody needs to get called on a carpet for this.
Well, I think that at least an apology, that maybe somebody was feeling too much at one point and went over the top.
Never happened. Never happened. Sorry. Where you been for the last 3 years? Are you new here?
And they did remove it, but again, I didn't like the tenor or context.
Why'd they remove it?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. So they recognized it was offensive after people started complaining about it? Is that when they thought it was offensive? I mean, at least have the coconuts to stand on it and say, yeah, this is how we feel. This is who we are. This is how we feel about it. When somebody's trying to tell you what they're like, take their word for it.
Right.
Just saying, bud. Just saying. Have you had a chance to review the paperwork from the Attorney General? You had mentioned yesterday you thought he'd already taken the steps to lift the permanent injunction on 20-134. That wasn't correct. What is true is that the Attorney General's office has found, probably where they keep the Eric the Eagle outfit, they found the Attorney General's office 10-foot pole and are punting this back to the legislature. He is not going to take what many argue is a simple ministerial act, lift the injunction, let it go through the court process, figure out whether it's constitutional or unconstitutional, and then take it from there. But what he's done is he said, not only am I not doing that, this is now going to be the legislature's problem. Bye. See you later. Footing.
Well,
about sound effects, you got to say something.
I strongly believe that the Attorney General's office should be under the governor's office, and the reason I say that is, in effect, we've created 7 dimensions of politics on Guam rather than having just 3 dimensions, which should be the 3 branches.
Right.
We've created all kinds of minor political fiefdoms here that basically they interfere with the overall application of government.
Well, they're going to get more. They keep hiring more people, growing the government, buying some votes here, and ensuring the continuation, unfortunately, of the status quo. Yeah, I think our status quo sucks right now, but that's maybe that's just me having to be hypercritical because I work in a talk radio business. But it just seems to me that there aren't enough people that are visibly upset at where we are, and I don't know why there aren't mothers protesting over at the legislature and the governor's office every single day, not for any kind of reproductive rights they may or may not have, but how about we go and protest about the high cost of living here on Guam, something that they can do something about, but choose not to. Why can we not get a holiday on our business privilege taxes for virtually everything that we need to continue to survive, drugs, medication, and groceries? How come why aren't people? I mean, yeah, you take it out on them at the primary, but my God, how about working on some of that righteous indignation now? 9:30 in the morning. Ron, gonna let you go.
Hey, have a great day.
I intend to have an incredible day. 888-8255-888-TALK. Should probably start planning. I'm actually, frankly, surprised I'm here. I keep thinking about this crap that I've got in my throat.
Oh, no.
I hope it is not slowing down anybody's entertainment and desire to continue to listen to the program. We'll talk more about a variety of other issues. Or not. I don't know. What do you want? You call in and tell me, or you chime in and tell me on the YouTubes and the Facebooks. Tell me what we got going on here. Marvin Francisco is there. Joe Areola. Other than the executive, legislative, and judicial branches, all government of Guam agencies should completely stay out of the abortion issue, especially the Bureau of Women's Affairs, for which Bob Klitsky points out in a FOIA request that he sent to Jane Flores. I'm glad that you're working so hard on all of this stuff. What about the things that you are actually supposed to do, required by law, set in statute, the responsibilities of the BWA? Has any of that been attended to in the last 4 years? Now, the Tim Conception, Bonnie Suba, Joe Ngoko, what are we saying? Sure seems that way. Reference AG declined to pursue Gura lawsuit. Sure seems that way. I would suggest research into corporations and see how many of our politicians or their family members are previously engaged in participation within the Section 8 program. Wonder if our eyes would be pried open on that. 9:31 in the morning. Quick break. Be right back.
Tell me about it, stud.
Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival is back on Saturday, October 22nd. We rockin' and rollin' at the Dusatani Guam Resort from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring your friends and come dressed in your best grease costume to win up to $500 in cash and prizes. So bust out those leather jackets and 50-style outfits as we party the night away at Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Fest. Don't be a square. Get your tickets now at craftbeerfestguam.com or cruise on by any 76 Circle K location. Now that's cool, baby.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
I love BK Chicken Fries. Chicken Fries Friday is back. Every Friday in July, visit any participating Burger King and say, I love BK Chicken Fries. And get a free 9-piece chicken fries with the purchase of a chicken fries combo meal. Perfect for dipping in our barbecue, honey mustard, ranch, zesty, and sweet and sour sauces. Top off your chicken fries with jalapeno bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Come and join our celebration every Friday at BK in Tumon Bay, Hagåtña at the Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Check it out. What do we got here? Okay. So, trying to figure out, there's so many different places I could go. Let me just quick go over the table of contents, make sure I've gotten to just about everything here that is of at least some import here. Leaving punting, yeah, we spent some time talking about that. Chinese sneaking into Guam. And I believe that they are spies.
Snakeheads, I heard you say.
Snakeheads, yeah. There was a group. That was I forget. I've even forgotten why we called them snakeheads.
I know why.
It's been a while, but yeah, there were a bunch of people that were always trying to sneak in through Ratiti and Runau, places like that. And I want to say there were a bunch of them that got caught, but there might be a bunch of them that have managed to get away. There's, How do we want to go about finding these people? And is it a priority? Is there, it's nice that we've got guys around here that are sounding some alarms and acting concerned about this. But you take a look at people sneaking into Guam. Is that any different at all than the thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that sneak in through the southern borders every month
give
of
them
the year?
$4,000.
Yeah, I mean, go what?
Give 'em
Find
some
these
cash.
guys. Give them a cell phone and put them up in a hotel or something like that. We'll just we'll fix up the Verona or something. We'll make that our Snakehead hotel.
We got it covered.
Exactly. I mean, there's a story. Somebody said KUAM ran a story that said they identified them as illegal aliens, and then somewhere else in the copy said that they can't be arrested. And I'm going, yes. We don't have to be like there. We can be here. Say it's Guam. We need to show that we can protect our borders. Otherwise, they're not going to give us access to H-2B guys when we absolutely need them. And I think it's good policy. I don't know. I'm sure that there are parallels between certain dark things that happened prior to the outbreak of hostilities here during the Second World War. Is it possible that we are seeing kind of another wave, just smaller bits and pieces, and maybe they're here because they want a better life? Freedom of religion, freedom of worship, all of the things that you and I enjoy as Americans.
Or maybe they're fleeing crimes.
That special privilege. A mean ex-wife.
Oh, yeah. That'd do it.
Married to Karen. Thought everything was going to be okay. Princessa. No. Punadera. Right? So maybe there could be a number of reasons, but it could also be that they want to come out here and spy on the infrastructure. And if they discovered how easy it was to do in a red boat, not a gray boat, no camouflage on this thing, on a red boat with the name Horny Hooks on the side. Red flag. That should have raised somebody's attention here. Anyway, 9:36. There's that. I think it's an interesting story, and I hope I'm wrong. Ken Leon Guerrero is feeling very, very confident in the motions so far that he has to go through in order to move forward with these voter initiatives. We've talked about many of them on the air in past, but never all at the same time. PDN's got a pretty good write-up. 6 voter initiatives may be on the ballot. Scooch over to page 4. And then it starts talking about the bar. And I appreciate the writer, Joe Taitano, number 2, talking about the incredible signatures, the number of signatures that are going to be required for all of this. The bar set high for referendums, excuse me, which need signatures equal to or higher than 20% of the total votes cast for candidates for governor in the last gubernatorial election, or 7,190 based on GEC records. Any initiative needs 50% plus 1 of all voters who vote during the election to be approved. So just because they're going to be on the ballot doesn't mean that it's kind of automatic. Getting them on the ballot is going to be tricky. What is it that we're going to do? Allow candidates who decide to run as independents to skip the primary, which currently requires independents to get more votes than Republicans or Democrats to make it to the general election. I've thought so forever, that it would be absolutely great because I don't generally line up with all of the Republican policies that are out there. And in fact, there are some Republicans that I would hesitate to say I work with just because of the behavior that I've seen them exhibit in the last couple of years. So no, and I'm pretty sure I'm not a Democrat. We don't see eye to eye on everything. But there are some places where we do run concurrently. And I think somewhere down in between all of that. And I think that's where the majority of voters are. Not everybody is all the way right. Not everybody is all the way left. And there are a lot of people that, can you just leave me alone? Is there a way that we can let's do laws here that leave me alone? That's what I'm thinking about. I went to Payless the other day. 4th of July, and you remember what the weather was like on the 4th of July, right?
Yeah, it's rainy.
Yeah. So I was lucky. Payless, I was able to get the car parked in a spot next to the pharmacy door.
Oh,
that you're not
close,
allowed to go into. Yeah, so I was right there. Not as good as under the infusion sign.
No,
that's like the best spot, but reasonably close. And so I get out of the car. and I run over across the way, and because it's coming down cats and dogs. That was God saying we don't want a rally for Roe weather. So God said, we're going to make it rain. Unfortunately, I was trying to cross that roadway there from the car to where the Payless was.
Yeah.
And naturally, I made it, right?
Still alive.
Crap! I left the bags in the back seat of the truck.
Oh, it happens every time, man.
I had to run back in the rain, and I'm not, it's not like I had a rain coat or an umbrella or anything like that. So I'm in a t-shirt and my scandalous shorts, which are soaked by now, and then I got to go into cold Payless, and I'm trying to dry off with the bags that I had to go back for and get it. This is another example. Was it completely necessary to inconvenience? Look, if you want to use a reusable bag at the grocery, go ahead. Go ahead. Do you love the earth? You're Lola Granola and you're wearing your Birkenstock shoes? Okay. But why do you have to insist that I use a reusable bag that I'm going to forget every single time? And some people say, well, you're just irresponsible that way, right?
I have so many now because I buy them every time I forget them.
See?
And there goes the money.
Yeah. Because the government wants to get in your way. Just leave me alone. There's a thought out there somewhere, I'm sure, people listening to me talking about Charlie Hermosa about these drones and going, well, maybe we ought to have everybody that gets a drone get a license. See? If you thought that, yeah, you're part of the problem. No. Education, I think, is a way to do that. And let's make a law that you're not supposed to do this. And when somebody gets caught doing what they're not supposed to do, then punish them somehow or another. I'm not saying everybody needs to go to jail. Maybe a monetary fine or something like that because you knowingly and willfully broke the law. That ought to be the thing. Anyway, that's how you know where you are in the scale. Make the Guam legislature part-time. Meet for 60 days at the start of January and again at the start of July of every year. The best and brightest can still serve without having to derail their business or their professional career. Now, I've broached this with friends of mine of a more liberal bend, and they hate this idea. And I'm like, why? And they said, because only rich people will run. Only business people will run. Only people whose thoughts are 24/7 greedy profit. They'll be the only ones that run. We won't be able to get people from the farm,
Yeah.
For the people, apparently that's got to be a full-time job. Apparently there's no Democrats ever made any money whatsoever. In the private sector. Increase the number of senators to 21. We have too much power concentrated in too few hands. And I agree with that one. I want to see us go back to 21. There are a lot of people that will argue with me on that, and it's okay. And it's a fun debate to get into. Some people say we ought to make it down to 11. Whatever the restrictions are, just as long as we live inside the confines of the Organic Act. But you've heard me say it more times than often that taking it up to 21. Can you imagine the incredible diversity of thought that we would get in the legislature? I'm not saying it's going to happen all the time, but something like that, allows for people, outliers. People on the fringes of either side of the parties to be able to get in there and have some voice. Establish a Corrupt Practices Act, create an elected position of public prosecutor, empower the Office of Public Accountability to prosecute government fraud, et cetera, et cetera. So a number of issues that Ken LG wants to put right in front of the people and see what happens. What will be interesting, though, is it's always fun to talk about. But what will be interesting when in the all said and done is when we start talking about limiting the power of the existing political structure, what Trump refers to as the swamp. How will they move to prevent any this from taking place? They either prevent the whole initiative process from taking place. What steps will they actively take to be able to, even once the results are known, to lollygag on it 10-foot poles that we've been talking about all morning.
Create another emergency.
Yeah. Oh, another emergency.
That would
That's
be, yeah.
monkeypox. Gotcha.
Do I got it down now, Ray?
I think, you know what? Yeah. You can be CEO with me. 9:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. I got Ken LG on the line. But Bob Kelly wanted to call in and chime in on a conversation. Good morning, Bob. Welcome back.
Good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to make, as you were talking about political parties, just an observation of where I am frustrated and see the big problem. It's in the primary system of the parties that the extremists get control. So you usually end up in the Democratic side with very far left progressives, and in the Republican side, very extreme right wing. But nobody during the primary is sitting there looking at the middle of the road because the primaries are controlled by the extremes. Then we get to the general election, and your choice is really two ridiculous choices. Somebody so far to the right, you can't support them. Somebody so far to the left, you can't report them. And nobody's sitting in there with some reasonable common sense where a majority of America's at today.
How do we overlay the idea that the political system here on Guam has really been just developed and perpetuated for the employees of the government of Guam?
Well, I mean, that is a very large bloating on. I was talking nationally on what I was talking about the extremes. But
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to bring it down to here.
Okay, but going locally, yes, you've got a very large voting block of the employees and families of the government of Guam, and we have not been able to organize as well through the Chamber of Commerce, through the Hotel Restaurant Association and the Contractors Association, the private sector to work together as a block to be able to counter that, because I think in the private sector we're too scattered. We don't have the same focus that the government of Guam employees tend to come together and do, and that is the fault of the people in the private sector not being willing to organize as much. A lot of companies don't want to push politics on their employees nearly as much as what you might even see in the government of Guam.
Oh, despite the Mini-Hatch Act and the attempts to convince people that, there's a rally tonight. It'd be good if you were there. It'd be good if you bought some tickets to the fundraiser.
The Mini-Hatch Act prevents you from campaigning in the workplace, but it doesn't prevent you from, after you get off work and are walking outside and you're off the clock, of talking to the people as you walk out on why they need to support a certain candidate.
Yeah. I hear you. But
it's there. I mean, it's very strong. And the other one is the benefits that get handed down.
Four-day holiday.
The election.
4-day holiday, bro. Did you see that, where the government's liberation and the next day is going to be a holiday?
Well, obviously they can do that because they don't have to meet the payroll.
Nope.
From the income coming in, they just, I mean, after all, there's plenty of excess money, so they might as well use it to pay the employees, right?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, how about if it's excess, give it back? Where's my refund?
Once it's in the coffers, it's going to stay there to be used for the projects that is the government's priority.
All right,
it's not going to go back to the priorities. So when's the last time we were giving money back to the people? Was it during the Calvo administration?
Joe
sent the money out?
It's Joe Adda. $1,000 rebate.
That's kind of going way back in history.
Yeah, well, but the precedent is there, and in fact, it exists now. There are other states that are likewise doing the same thing, realizing that they are fat with cash for a variety of reasons. And now there's at least one lunkhead that is out there writing on a national level, says we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be giving these tax refunds back to people. We shouldn't be refunding the excess collections in the government. That's just adding to inflation. Oh my God, people need to explain things to me better. 9:48, dude. I'm going to let you go. I'll talk to you later.
Well, good talking with you.
All right, I'll check my emails because I think you sent me something important. 888-8255 Ken LG's on the line. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. Obviously, I was listening to your discussion about the initiative process and the.
Do you get all tingly when I talk about you? Is there a tingle sensation?
Oh, there's a faint buzzing in the back of my ear that lets me know, because I'm getting ready for some meetings that I'm going to be having over the next couple of days. So I was working on the computer when I caught the language coming out of the headsets, and you know what's really exciting is how politicians are shaking already on this issue right now, because
fear or anger? Is it fear or anger?
Yeah, fear or anger or both, because this is going to break their rice bowls. You know, the idea that the people will actually create a law that they've been promising to do for decades, but just haven't gotten around to it. You know, I mean, every 2 years they all get on their knees before us and lie through their teeth saying, I'm going to roll back the business privilege tax. I'm going to make the government more accountable to the people. I'm going to take a bite out of crime. As we all line up to get our firearms IDs and wait for the next shipment of bullets to come in. You know, this is getting ridiculous to the point now where a lot of people who have been approaching me about how they can get involved in the process, where can they sign, and I have to explain to them, we can't sign yet because it's still in the hands of the Guam Election Commission. They are in the process now of reviewing and clarifying the initiatives. We jumped the first hurdle, which was they accepted them and there was no unrelated issues. And now the Election Commission has asked for more information to clarify. I mean, independent candidates go straight to the general election. How much more clarification do we need on that?
What if they're Virgos? What if, you know, because there's Geminis, right?
Yeah. What are their rising signs? Don't go by the birth sign alone. What are their rising signs combined with their Chinese horoscope?
Exactly.
You know,
Taurus and a Tiger for me. So I obviously should have a free pass to go to the general. I don't disagree with you, but I will point out, for the sake of the fun conversation, the government of Guam is a living, breathing entity, and it will defend itself. It is greater than the sum of all of its parts. If you look at it like some kind of a creature from Stranger Things, you will understand what I'm talking about. And you can sever one part of it; it doesn't matter; it'll grow back. I mean, and it will defend itself from all attackers. And watch Ken as it begins to perceive you as an attack. You already know most of the origin of most of the spears on your back. Pull some out, because I think you're going to need to make room for some more. And what is it, the thing that they always come out with you about is it doesn't matter what Ken does now. It matters what Ken did once upon a time. What was it? Able Industries, right? They're going to watch them. They're going to bring that out again.
Oh, definitely. They're going to focus on the fact that, and that's a long story, but what they won't focus on the fact is when I started at Able Industries, we had 72 employees, and we were at 50% disability ratio, which was not good. We were in danger of being decertified when I was brought in. And by the time we started dancing with the federal government over their delay to pay us and my inability to pay my employees because the federal government wouldn't pay me, we got up to 206 employees, with 84% of the work being done by people with disabilities. It was an incredible accomplishment, one of the proudest moments of my life.
Right, but there were wrinkles in that, and watch the idiots come out of the woodwork to try to use that to suggest that any good ideas from you are tainted as a result of whatever the controversy were at the time. 9:53. I got to let you go. I got Jack on the line, so I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay.
All right, there he is. Candidate Ken Leonguro, but we didn't talk about his candidacy. We talked about the initiatives, and as far as I'm concerned, that's out there in the open, because I haven't heard from anybody coming up with any alternatives to that, you know? So just FYI. 9:53 in the morning. There was a bunch of other stuff I wanted to get to here today. Crap. And I'm looking at the end of it, and I got Jack on the line. It's one of my favorite late callers of the program. And remind me tomorrow, hopefully we get, what's his name, Roy Respicio on the line.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
He said tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because there's an ad. There's an ad that they took out in today's Guam Daily Own Post. It's in that. It's in the same page as that really kind of disgusting story about the woman in the funeral parlor that was harvesting body parts. Yeah. So, Kalakis on that one. Wait. It says so. The ad goes something like this. Apparently, there is a whole bunch of abandoned things, abandoned vessels at in the Agate Marina.
Yeah.
And over at the Harbor of Safe Refuge. So they're putting out a notice to address abandoned personal property within the Port Authority's jurisdiction. Notice is hereby given to the GP 5 working days from the date of posting to claim all abandoned personal property. Should a claim not be received within the allotted time, the port will remove and dispose of the items. And they're boats, bro, boats. There's a Finisterre and McGregor 26, Franca. I love this. This is so 70s. The Mystic Moon.
Oh,
Mystic Moon.
I like it. Ray.
Peace, love, dove. The Chissa Rim Reaper. Hey?
That's interesting.
Yeah. I think there's a website for that. The Oz 2 and the Chipper 1. The first 4 are viewable over at the Agate Marina, and then the other ones are over at the Harbor of Refuge.
You know, Ray, if you ever become a shrimp boat captain, I'll be your first mate.
Brad, what can we do with those? What could we do with those? Can we make them shelter for the homeless? I know. Let's get all these people that otherwise got nothing better to do with their time. We'll give them some gas and send them up to Rhoda, Tinian, Saipan.
There you go. Yeah, send them back.
Just enough to get there. Ponder, if you will. 9:55. Hoffa, Jack, what's going on?
Hey, Raymond. I've constantly complained about this version of the part-time legislature because this question about how many people should be in the legislature was answered back in the 1700s, 1800s. And they came out with the solution because they had the same problems. They used different words. So when we talk about policies coming out of the legislature, when we talk about good policies, good laws, the word they used is refinement. How do we refine the process? And the answer was they created a bicameral system because theoretically and in practice, supposedly, the strength of the government in democracies is the legislature. So you need to divide the legislature and let them hash out the problems there.
Okay.
So that's why they created that bicameral system. Number 2, about being a better quality of people coming into the legislature if you make it part-time. That's a false problem or theory because it pertains to that, people that work in the private sector are better than people in the government. The government functions and the private sector functions are 2 different entities, and they merge in what they call a Venn diagram. And in the center, that's what they argue about. Let the public sphere be about the public problems. Let the private sphere, which is supposed to be bigger than the public sphere, be the private problems. And where they come into conflict, whether it's laws or whether it has to do with rights, that's the center right there. And that's what they should be arguing about.
Donamila pointing out that Guam's... Hold on. I want to read some comments here. Donamila pointing out Guam's legislature isn't bicameral. Donna, I hate to do it. I'm going to disagree with you. It is bicameral. The legislature is could be considered the Senate side of it, and the Youth Congress is the House side.
Yeah, but the Youth Congress is strictly Democratic, so no, it's not.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Did you not hear the rim shot?
So this is the thing, all right? This is the thing. Why should I change a tyrant sitting in the executive office for 15 or 21 that sit in the legislative office, or for even those that sit in the judiciary? The thing is, how do you prevent despots and tyrants? And, you have to go back to the beginning. You have to take a civics course. Why do we have government? Because if all men, this is mankind, if all men were angels, there would be no necessity for government, okay? So there's a function for government. They have to be able to control themselves. And they control themselves. They control themselves by the separate branch, the separate but equal, if you want to call it, whatever you want it is. But they have different functions. They have different purposes and stuff like that. That's how they're allowed to control themselves.
All right. Well, I need to control myself here. I'm looking at the clock, Brett. And as usual, you've called in with 10 pounds of material that only fit in 5 pounds worth of show.
Well,
so
I put this on the table. I could debate with both hands behind my back against Ken and Bob.
Well, next time is call in. Tell me that you want to debate with Ken, and we'll set it up. Because I do think there needs to be a discussion. Not everybody agrees with Ken. Not everybody agrees with me. It'd be fun to have that discussion one way or the other. I'm talking about diversity. You're talking about moving in and doing refinement, et cetera, et cetera. And not everybody's wrong. Not everybody's right. We'll fight about it, Jack. We'll fight about it like married people later on. I'm just out of time here this morning. All right. All right. See you soon. Have a fantastic one. It's 10 KUSG Agania 93.3. We are The Point. Thank you. God bless you for listening. Back on the radio. No frowny face Friday tomorrow. You know the rules. Gay shirt in the closet for everybody. Here's the news.
What about a second attack? I'm Steve Rappaport, Fox News. The man charged with killing 7 people at a 4th of July parade in Illinois reportedly had another target on his mind.
Robert Cremo III confessed to his actions in interviews prior to a judge denying him bond.
He went into details about what he had done.
Lake County State's Attorney Eric Reinhardt said the gravity of the crime led to that. Police discovered he perhaps planned to kill again after Highland Park. Lake County Major Crimes Task Force spokesman Chris Covelli said Cremo fled to Wisconsin.
He did see a celebration that was occurring in Madison, and he seriously contemplated using the firearm he had in his vehicle to commit another shooting.
Police say 83 spent shells were found on the Highland Park rooftop where Cremo fired. His next court appearance is later this month. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Meanwhile, police in Richmond, Virginia say they thwarted a planned 4th of July mass shooting. Cops acting on a tip arrested 2 people.
They seized 2 assault rifles, 1 handgun, and 223 rounds of ammunition.
Richmond Police Chief Gerald Smith.
I may be the police chief, but I'm also a citizen, and it's ridiculous. At some point in time, this has got to stop.
Smith says a motive for the attack has not been determined. President Biden visiting Ohio, talking about his economic plan amid concerns about inflation and a possible recession.
We came in with a fundamentally different economic vision, an economy that grows from the bottom up and the middle out. It's good for everyone because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up and the wealthy still do very well.
The president in Cleveland also highlighting federal action to shore up troubled pension funding for millions of current or retired workers. The president has made 6 trips to Ohio since taking office. President Trump carried the battleground state in 2020 and in 2016. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more.